Blue go? He was right. But his audio wasn't right. Earth calling Blue.
Here he is.
That guy's wearing a wig.
Where am I getting that echo from?
I don't know. I've turned off my YouTube. Yeah, my tube's off. Sound. They can hear us out there, but we'll just pretend they can't. That way,
Okay.
we can talk about them without them knowing.
Oh, hang on. I'm getting a bit of.
Hey, Carl.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I hate those two words.
Now mine is too.
Oh, far too easy.
Demon Old Seb, can't hear you. It's okay. There you go. Carl goes, hew. Zooming, acting stupid. Let me try again. Yeah, but we heard you.
Right, I don't like that lot.
Dora's saying goodnight to Blue. Why? Blue's not going.
He's only just got here.
Yeah. Are they muted again? Yeah, we're... Yeah. Boggs is asking, are we muted? Yeah, we're muted. Yeah. I'm glad he can't hear it.
Are you sure?
It says Thunderbirds a go, so we may as well do this.
Well, don't sound too keen, eh?
No. Okay. Paul said today's famous person is a mathematician who in his time was a rival to another great mathematician. Ah. Okay.
GWL.
Oh.
Don't know.
I don't know any mathematicians.
Mathematician who in his time got rival to George. Somebody. George William. No, not ringing bells.
You know why they used to wear wigs back in the day?
Why?
they had problems with syphilis and things like that, so the hair used to fall out. So they started off supplying hair pieces, that, like wigs made out of, I think they call them powdered wigs or something, and it just became a trend. So everyone used to wear
playing ping
one.
pong with their mic.
Mic check.
No, maybe.
Can I get a mic check, guys?
I don't know, where are you?
Far
That's
North
probably the sound
Queensland.
of it.
Oh, we're in Zoom.
Well, I'm in Discord.
Well, what are you
Well,
doing?
that's no
over-
bloody
what-
good, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I've got Zoom installed. I was just going to say I own one of those wigs because of what I used to do for a living. Can I just say I think the real reason was there were problems with fleas and lice
Yeah, I
carrying
was going to
various
mention that.
nasty diseases, and so what they had to do was shave their heads, and so then you shave your head, you need a wig.
Yeah.
And some stupid, pretentious professions forgot to take their wigs off when everyone else did 300 years ago.
Well, you better get
So you
Zoom in if you want to come in here like normal people.
I know. I've got to download that from the App Store, haven't I?
Who's got the thing for it?
Plus, I've got 2 horses annoying me to be fed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll take the phone with me.
Yeah, you can lurk. You can lurk in Discord, but you won't be officially recognised.
I would say stop sniffing, but it's the horses, isn't it?
It's the horse. It's
Well-
Matilda snort. Is that you, Pip?
Yeah.
But what you've got to bear in mind is this is Adric. He is the king of hot miking.
Look, I'm still.
Aren't you, mate?
How are you
None of
handling
the horses
the
in that.
how are you handling the hot temperatures, farmers boy? Is it 29 yet? Is that killing you, buddy?
It's 29 and a half. The temperature is still rising, and yes, I'm slowly melting. We're not used to this, and I'm not built for the heat. Let's put it that way.
Hey, Zoom cloud meetings. Is that what the app's called?
Yeah, cloud meeting. Yeah.
Are you on your phone now? Are you on your phone?
Yeah. Yeah, that's my excuse for being hot micing all the time. Because in the last couple of weeks, I've started using my phone occasionally instead of the PC, and I just can't manage the bloody muting crap. I'm not very clever. Well, it's downloading.
dear.
What's the temperature
And
here?
you
We got
need to
below
get an
zero
app.
here. We had a couple of mornings below zero here in the last couple of weeks, farmers.
That'd be nice.
Pardon me.
I really wouldn't mind that at the moment, considering how hot it is.
Yeah, it's like latitude's like 14 degrees or something, but you know, come out in the morning and there's ice on the windscreen.
Yeah, well,
Chemo. Posting
Please,
bloody
don't.
videos.
Don't say his
Oh.
name 3 times, Pip.
Yeah, what are
Put a
you
video in
doing?
any
Try
of it.
to
Sorry, I never
summon
even said it. Sorry.
he has.
Okay,
Yeah,
it says join
he's
in
just
meeting,
put
but
a-
I need a. Where do I find the meeting ID? Back on the YouTube link or what?
Yeah, in my special place down in Discord.
Oh,
In
I
the
don't know if I
special.
want
It's
to
a
know
lot
about
easier when you're on a PC.
Oh, everyone knows.
don't,
Everybody knows about it.
I don't know if I want to know about your special place, Terry. There's a button that says join our cloud HD video meeting now. Is that it? Oh no, the bottom one. There's
In
a
the
meeting.
Oz squad.
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
Oz
Oz
Squad in the
squad, the last
special
one.
place. Now click on
Is
the
it the-
URL part.
Is it the last one or today? Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, it's got HTTP web zoomer US.
Click on the link, not the books.
First time using Zoom. Download from the App Store. I've got the fucking thing.
You don't have to buy it.
No, I know. Copy. Paste. I'm sure there's an easier way of doing this. Join.
Oh, we got they and them. He found us.
Please enter your meeting password. Passcode. Is that the same number?
Mm.
Different one.
That should be the same URL.
Paste. Continue. Waiting. No.
Body
Incorrect
breaker.
meeting.
You'd
I'm
have to
gonna
ask
sit down.
somebody that uses a phone. I've got no idea how it works on a phone.
Haven't
I have
used it for a long
to sit down to do
time.
this. There's too many vectors, Terry. It's giving me a headache.
Right. Meeting ID. Do you want that? I will. Or the
I
password.
think I've got that.
Hello.
It wants
Hey
the
there, there.
passcode.
All right. So, Edric, are you on the phone app? Yes. Android.
Apple, sorry.
Oh, you.
Okay.
Just
Meeting
about says
ID.
it all.
Yeah, I need bloody Dean in here.
I can give you the password. Mhm.
Okay,
I'll
hang on.
find you.
I put the meeting ID in. Okay, it's now saying please enter your meeting passcode.
Right, I'll just give you. Hang on.
Passcode's the bit on the end of the link.
Yeah.
Where it says PWD equals the bit after
Oh,
that.
sorry. Stand by. I'll have a look. Go back to the special place. Holy crap! It's enormous. She said.
That's what she said.
It's about 15,000 fucking characters long.
I've put a number in a DM you. If you can get your Discord. I'm just very annoying having about 5 things open on your phone.
I should have just gone to the phone. I'd gone to the computer. It would have been easier.
Yeah.
Look, talk amongst yourselves. I'll work it out.
We were talking. Now
Yeah,
I've forgotten what we were
sorry.
talking about.
The last thing you said
I
was,
just had to look at
was
Spurs'
Spurs.
latest video,
I
and his introduction in his description box says it all. Listen to this. Listen up, peasants. So you think you are smarter than a flat earther? Gravity is not a force. Space does not exist. Vacuums need containers. Pressure needs a container. Spheres need curve. Moon not a rock. Moon is light. Moon emits light. The sun is close. The sun is local. The sun is not a gas ball. The moon is close. The moon is local. We cannot go to the moon. Why not if it's local? We haven't been to the moon. We will never go to the moon. Globers do not have science. They have never used science and do not know how to apply science. Globers have a religious idea. This is all one sentence, by the way. Idea they force on other, comma, globers are fanatics, comma, dogmatic and dishonest. Never ever will we see a glober back up their claim. You will see flat earthers outsmart, outthink, and outdo every glober they come across. Oh, there's actually a full stop. Bloody hell. If you don't believe this to be true, step right up, try and challenge the smartest people on the face of the plane, the flat earthers dedicated to truth, honour, and justice.
Oh, fuck off.
Such a fool.
Can he?
And I think I'm going to go and throw up.
Is he going to leap? Can he leap tall buildings in a simple bound?
Where'd that come from?
That's in the description box of Spurs' latest. I say video. I think it's just him, from the looks of it, showing a bit more from the Gem Panda's Discord server.
Links in the chat.
Well, he got his ass handed to him on Jose's show yesterday, so hurting.
I had to walk away from that in the end. I just couldn't. I just listened to it from the sidelines because it was just. I'll be 100% honest here. If I found Spurs and he was on fire, I'd watch. I would not lift a finger. That guy is just beyond words. And I'm convinced he's a troll. And if Gem Panda thinks otherwise, he's been suckered in by him. I couldn't believe it when Gem said, "Oh, I actually like him." How?
Oh, for God. Yeah.
How can you like the guy?
He got ripped to shreds yesterday.
I'm glad I'm not in the same room as him. I'd be scared I couldn't resist the urge to punch him.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had Riley, Oakley, and Spurs standing in a line, who would you punch first?
Oh.
I wouldn't
Did you
punch
say
anyone.
Oakley?
Oh, no doubt. Nathan would get it.
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
I would flick the selector switch to 3-round burst. I'm quite good at snap shooting. I do that a lot in paintball, so I could very quickly retarget all 3 of them. Pop, pop, pop. Oh God, do the entire world a favour.
Well, Spurs couldn't get away with his usual bouncing ball routine yesterday. We didn't let him.
You can't let him change subject, because he'll, as soon as he's struggling, he'll desperately try and change his subject to something else, and he does it so quickly that you've got to do what they were doing yesterday and just say no, answer the question. Don't divert. Don't try and dodge and change the subject. And we all know he's got nothing. He knows he's got nothing.
I thought Stingray did an excellent job of that in the after show. Just wouldn't let him off the hook.
No, you can't.
Go grab a coffee and we'll be right back.
Okay.
I quit talking to him in the after show after he accused me of flying model airplanes.
Yes, I heard that.
I heard that.
That was unbelievable.
It's funny how the veneer of politeness disappears when he's off the air.
Yeah. Only he wasn't off the air.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Not quite sure how much of that Jose will actually be able to use, but
I only swore a couple of dozen times.
yeah, exactly.
He can still put it up unlisted for his members.
Was chemo in it the whole show? Or near the end? Or
No, damn, no. It, trying to remember when he did join. Certainly he wasn't there for, I don't know, maybe the first half hour, maybe a bit longer. Then he appeared and everything went rapidly downhill.
What kind of dipshit do you have to be to make a statement like metal freezes? Say what?
Yeah, metal freezes. Hang on.
Yeah, you talk. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, everything he says is one of those moments, isn't it? Where it's like, did he just say what I think he said?
He's now. Can you guys see me? I think I'm in.
Yeah, you're in. We got you.
You're in. Down the bottom, if you want, you can turn off the camera now. If you don't want it.
Hang on. I'll find it. Stop video. There we go. Yeah, you don't want to look at me.
Okay.
Well, now we know what your name is.
Yeah.
Shit, do you?
Yeah, because it says it's your iPhone.
Oh, shit. Well, just ignore that, please, guys. I don't want to get doxed.
But it's okay, because it's a perfectly good name, if you know what I mean.
I can change it to whatever you want.
Change it
actually, please.
Harry.
Change it to Edric, please.
Yeah,
What is it? A?
AEDROC.
AEDROC. Shit, there you go. That's a fucking trap for young players, isn't it? It's a good Welsh name.
I think I spelled it
I
wrong.
don't know about that.
I think I spelled it wrong.
What do you
Wait a
mean?
minute.
Yeah, you do.
I'm not Welsh.
Try again.
Oh, Adrid.
It doesn't.
Wait a minute. I nearly spelt A dick.
I'm feeling a bit sorry for Doru because she was saying, "Oh, she's obviously she's a biker chick. She's got a motorbike. She says she's not looking forward to the drive home at 35 degrees C plus." And I said, "No, in this sort of weather, I prefer my car because it's got air conditioning." She said, "Her car is a black canvas top cabrio without air conditioning." No, if you're going to have a motorbike and a car, make sure your car's got air conditioning so you got options.
My Kingswood comes with the window winder.
You got a Kingswood?
Yeah, Kingswood. But everyone knows I've got a Kingswood.
Mine comes with climate control. You just tell it the temperature and let it work it out itself. And in this heat, you set it to low.
I've got a convertible. Does that count?
Like, couldn't you afford the rest of the car?
They're more expensive, as you well know.
Is that Chemo's avatar?
And you become intimately familiar with the term scuttle shake.
Yes, it is, Terry.
I think as well because I don't, F and Jeff.
Oh.
I'm having flashbacks already.
Please.
Flat.
Yes, that's
misrepresentation.
Flat. So why would you think anything else? I don't get what you mean. Why would you think anything else?
Sorry?
Why would you think anything else other than flat?
Because I've seen it.
You've seen what?
But it's not flat.
How have you seen that?
That you're changing the subject. I'm asking for your reasons.
That's the premise. We all see flat.
I'm asking for your
reason
reason for thinking the Earth is flat.
I've just told you because
I've got a channel full of videos that show why I don't think it's flat.
I can't respond.
Now,
so the reason why I think it's flat is because one, observations. Two,
what observations?
Like when I look outside at the horizon, it's completely.
Yeah, if you look outside, it looks flat. That whole argument. Typical Spurs.
There's 2 hours of expensive therapy down the drain.
Well, I've got my video here ready to play that we're going to watch and debunk it. Oh, we can't play the music. It's got music, hasn't it? We'll just have to watch
It already doesn't say anything on it anyway, Terry. So
yeah, but it's got music. We can't play music.
yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Well, you can mute it without having any effect on it anyway.
Here we go. Perth in December has east-southeast sunrises at 118 degrees. So far. Here we go. I'll demonstrate it doesn't work on a ball. So I'm not 100% sure if he did this or he's borrowed this from somebody else, the drawing program.
Oh, he's doing okay so far. What?
Just pause it there for a moment, Terry.
Yeah.
Go back where he has the image overlaid on the Earth there. Okay. Do you see anything wrong with that image? He's claiming that this is at sunrise. Does that look like the Earth's positioned at sunrise in Perth?
Looks like
No.
It's more like
far from
it's
it.
more. Yeah, it looks like,
Midday,
more
maybe.
like most of the day is gone, and it's just getting towards late afternoon.
Well, working on the idea that I'm looking for someone in India to confirm that at sunset, it's at sunset in Melbourne, it's midday in India. So seeing that you can just see the tip of India there at early morning sunrise type time, I'd be suggesting it's probably almost lunchtime or midday in Australia, Melbourne. So probably
But he's talking about Perth.
I know. So add the couple of hours for Perth. So it's maybe 10, 11 o'clock in Perth.
No, it looks like it's late afternoon because he's only got a couple of hours to.
Sorry. Yeah, no. So it'd be 12, 1, 2. So it'd be 2 o'clock. Sorry, in Perth. So that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be 2
whatever. Anyway, yeah, I'm getting confused now with the rotation.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it looks
But
like
still,
early.
it's not sunrise anyway.
No, it's not sunrise. Play.
That's
Continue.
well past sunrise.
Now, I did stop there, Terry.
Oops.
Oh dear.
Now something tells me that he might be using the wrong axis. Maybe just a little.
Just look at Antarctica, the way it wobbles around.
Is this the same idiot that Stingray tore apart the other week?
Flat Earth data?
Yeah.
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 So he's not learnt anything then?
I think this is from about a month ago.
So this could be prior to Stingray pointing out small, pertinent facts like what's the point of showing the axis of the Earth if you then go rotate it on a completely different axis?
Yeah, this was July 3rd.
That's right.
Yeah. And the man's clearly an idiot. Oh dear.
The way he's wobbling the Earth around, it's not.
Yeah, no wonder it doesn't matter.
He's not rotating it on the Earth's axis, is he? But
No.
we know from a couple of weeks ago that he was completely unaware of that.
Oh, he's rotating it on the Earth's axis. Okay, it's just the wrong damn axis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's
Some other
rotating
axis.
it. Yeah. Well, he's rotating it on the orbital axis rather than the axis that the Earth rotates on.
Yeah.
So
that particular axis looks like somewhere over around Tierra del Fuego or something.
yeah, all the angles are wrong because you
Yes,
did it all
they are
wrong.
You are correct. They are wrong.
What do you bloody expect?
It comes back to the basic concept of if you're going to debunk the globe, you have to understand the model first.
Yes. Yes, and that's so show time and time again. They don't.
Yeah.
These idiots ought to be required to have a license to chew gum.
I'm surprised most of them are still breathing since they don't have headphones on saying breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out.
They only still breathe because it's an autonomic process. It doesn't require you thinking about it for it to happen. That's the only reason they're still breathing.
There's something not right there.
So now, if he was a real flat earther, and if he was really trying to prove anything, he'd now bring in his model and show it working on his model.
Yeah, that's right.
So that would be how you would debunk something. You show that it doesn't work here, however, it all works perfectly here.
Well, what more can we do with it then? Nothing. That's why I took a screen capture. I think I took a screen capture. Remember that one? I thought he did an overlay of that one with the Earth under it. He only did that one. Yeah. He only did that one.
Would have been that would have been someone else's pictures you were looking at, Terry.
I went through this and I took a couple of screenshots of it. Oh, it must have been that. Yeah, that was the picture. I thought there was the overlaid like that.
Did you want that? Did you want any of those pictures you were looking at last night?
Well, which one? I just don't know which way to go with it first. Yeah, so we haven't got this program ready to go at a moment's notice to be able to compare it to what he's got and then adjust it how it should be. We can't do that.
Well, I do have one still that might work perfectly for Perth at sunset for you. So it's pretty much the same, but it's the reverse angle instead of his forward angle that he's got. It's the reverse angle. If that makes sense to you.
Has he even got the tilt of the Earth in the right axis? Not here. It doesn't look like he has here.
Yeah, he's tilted the axis, but he didn't fix that as the point of rotation.
Yeah, he rotated it on the wrong point, Terry.
He's rotating around the ecliptic plane, not around that axis he has shown there.
Because I thought oh yeah, we're looking at it in a different way. Yeah.
What he's done is taken the axis of rotation and fixed it perpendicular to the ecliptic, which is causing the South Pole to wobble 23 degrees. Oh boy!
But he's got the axis of the rotation lined up straight in that freeze frame there, but not in that one.
Yeah.
But not in that one.
Well, that axis he's drawn in there is perfectly fine. That's where the South Pole is. Nothing wrong with that. But he's got the Earth. He's fixed the axis of rotation of this thing. It's perpendicular to the ecliptic, not that axis he's drawn through the South Pole. That's the problem. When he lets it rotate, you see the South Pole wobble all over the place.
Yeah. Stop share for a sec. Can't switch. Where is it? Oh, pause. I've got this, if it helps me. But it's got nothing else to reference.
Well, yeah, so that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, but he's got this one in the correct one. Looks like he's got that one running it for the Northern Hemisphere summer. On this one, on the right hand side. That looks like Northern Hemisphere summer.
Yeah, it would be.
So, okay. I think the one you've got, Peter, explains it better, doesn't it? That one where it flips from season to season? Is that the one you reckon would probably be a better one to
Well,
use?
there's either that one or the one that's showing the light rays coming into from the sun to the earth. So I've got either a picture or that video. It doesn't matter which one I put up, Terry. They explain. Just give me a moment. Let me.
So I've got it in my mind how it should work, but watching his is just... Yeah.
It's confused you, has it, Terry?
Yeah. Yeah, his has confused me because it's not right. I can see it's not right.
Start sharing. That at full screen.
All this time I've been studying the orbital plane rotation of the Earth and all the fancy words. I don't know them all, but
So, just tell me once you can see it, and I'll hit play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rightio. So, if you can imagine, this would be the Earth being represented on one side of the sun and then move to the other side of the sun to represent the seasons of summer and winter in both the northern and the southern hemisphere. And this is what his should have looked like. So it should have just kind of flipped like that with the light, so that his shadows did that type of effect. Obviously, every time it flicks backwards and forwards, that's going from one side of the sun to the other, but it still stays on the same angle of rotation as it goes around the sun. It doesn't actually move. Let's see if I can do this.
Daytime.
Daytime,
And
nighttime.
Daytime, nighttime.
No, I'm not going to play it.
So, so what, in essence, that was, in a nice graphical way, is that picture there that you should have by now, I think. Yeah, have you got that, Terry? Or
Yeah, it's gone.
Yep. So what he did wrong, and obviously you can see lovely Australia pointing straight at the sun there in around December 22nd, which is obviously Australia's summer, and the Northern Hemisphere's winter. And when it gets down to June the 22nd, which is in Australia, it's our winter solstice and America's summer solstice, they get the sun because of the angle of the tilt of the Earth and the rotation thereof. It keeps that angle as it goes around. It's not like the sun. It's not like the Earth goes around the sun, like the moon goes around the Earth. It's not tidally locked or anything like that. It actually goes around. However, it stays at that angle like a gyroscope does. You know, it holds itself at that angle.
What he did is arbitrarily change the axis of rotation.
Yeah,
He
he
essentially
changed.
made the axis of rotation right up and down the terminator on this
Yeah.
drawing you've got.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got the Earth spinning on that terminator, not on its axis. Okay, he's an idiot, but we knew that.
Yeah, we knew that already.
Yeah, he's special in his own special way.
Hmm.
I think that's all we had for that we used.
I think so, Terry. Unless you really want me to find something derpish and quick.
Oh, it doesn't have to be too quick.
So, after doing a whole heap of researching for you, I've come to the conclusion that all of those normal phrases that I'd use to find derp doesn't work anymore. So things like typing in flat Earth proofs or flat Earth evidence or flat Earth experiments is another one that I used to use. They don't work anymore.
Because there's no such thing.
No.
Well, I'm kind of blaming YouTube to try to fix this flat Earth issue that's been going on. So the keyword that I've been typing in is globetards. And for some reason, that actually gets me all of the new stuff that's just been released. So 10 things that all flat earthers say. Oh, it's not really flat Earth. Well, there's Red Pill Philosophy. We haven't seen him for a while because he's been hiding over on Library TV.
Do we have to?
Well, what type of level of derp do you want, Bacon God?
Anybody apart from Red Pill Philosophy and Spurs.
Yeah,
okay.
they're almost as bad as each other.
Yeah.
I'd even take Subarats over those two.
Yeah, well, Red Pill Philosophy has
I'd rather
interesting
sell a smeller then.
You'd rather what, sorry, Terry?
Sell a smeller. Don't you know who that is?
Oh, yeah, you know. Sorry, it was a Kiwi accent.
I still don't know what you said.
Kick Bacon God from call. I coined that name to him ages ago. Before he was the hot water heater tank thing, whatever it was.
Jeez, that's nothing to debunk there. He's just using lots of words.
Mm-hmm.
Incoherently, though.
You could always put a section of Quintessentially Erroneous's video on and just do a 10-minute slab of that.
Oh, how's this one? The Earth is flat. Scientific proof from I'm Not Toxic.
Oh, shit, I spelled
It's
it
only
wrong
5
again.
minutes and 50.
Why can't I
It's
spell
only-
your
it's
name
only-
properly? Try
It's
again.
only 5 minutes long, Terry.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm having spelling problems here.
Okay, I'll grab you the link.
Still didn't get it right.
Oh, I don't think you want to watch this. It's all.
Why can't your name be just
Oh,
Tom,
yeah.
Dick, or Harry? Yeah.
Harry, you have the power to change it to whatever you want, so just call him Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Yeah, okay, I could have done that then. He's a newbie. He's on his pretend phone thing, trying to use Zoom. Hey, Colin. It's going to make it hard in the future if we can't find these floofers.
I'll give you this one, Terry. It's
Because the only other choice we've got is going to the debunkers' live streams when they're debating someone.
You mean like Chemo does? Just turn up and record everyone.
Yeah, that's it.
No.
And then call it our own show. It's all good. I've dropped the link for you, Terry.
Okay. Oh, me battery's flat again. I won't be able to hear you for a sec.
You're gonna need audio, but there's no music. It's just him really talking. He doesn't show. Well, he shows the flat Earth model type thing.
They have a model now?
This guy has a representation. It's not a model.
Oh, Sam said, "Sorry I'm late. I have a note from my mum." Better not be one of those ones you forged again, Sam. Who hasn't forged a note from their mum?
Me.
Me.
Me?
I never got caught. Does that count?
Yeah.
So I never did either.
Funny thing
I
is,
forged a
I
note.
was able to write my mum's signature too easily because her signature was fairly easy to copy.
I forged a note from for school from Mum once, and I got off the bus, and the first thing I said to her was, "Oh, Mum, I had to forge your name today for a letter." "Oh, okay. What did you write?" "Here you go." "Oh yeah, okay then."
Okay, what do you got here, Peter?
Oh, it's
something.
derp, but
It'll
it's
just look 5 minutes. Looks like a video game.
He's playing a video game in the background, Terry.
And
It's words. He's talking and saying stuff. He does show a poor attempt of a flat Earth type model-y thing, but
in the background, yeah.
I put in for this week. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 videos come up on the screen. One of which is 24/7's Discord server. One's the Nathan Oakley show. One's that bloke that we played on the weekend that debated MC Toon. One's something about a WW Superstar Diva wrestler. And then there's MC Toon from a week ago. That the guy that I gave you And then there's the Flat Earth Lounge. The Flat Earth Lounge, globetards can't prove any of their nonsense. But I think from memory it was a crap video as well.
Oh, that was a claim. I just to see if he's
called the ocean. The sun is hovering around the plane of the earth in a donut-shaped manner. That means the earth is never rotating. The moon hovers below the sun in a similar fashion.
See, they make a conclusion that's hey. It comes to a conclusion, but I can't work out his logic.
What you call the ocean. As the ice are melting in a donut-shaped pool called the ocean, the sun is hovering around the plane of the earth in a donut-shaped manner. That means the earth is never rotating. The moon hovers below.
That doesn't make sense. The two doesn't go together.
No.
Yeah, what makes the sun hover?
Yeah.
Magic.
And what makes it curve around like that too?
Magic.
Please.
It's like the ball on the totem tennis pole globe here.
Yeah.
Like gravity. It's just magic. It just as God hits it with his totem tennis racket.
Perhaps it's got fishing line tying it to a glass pole. That's why we can't see it.
Oh, it must be that good fishing line that they want to use to pull across that lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff that never sags.
Yeah.
I think the sun is a fluorescent helium balloon.
I'm just waiting for the day that someone comes along with one of those big yellow paddles and hits it the other way.
Well, that will be proof then that God exists.
Yeah.
The sun in a similar fashion, and when the sun and the moon overlap, it creates an eclipse, and that means the lizard man is born. But
what?
What?
Hey?
So when there's an eclipse, when there's an eclipse.
Just to go back, did he say something? The lizard men were born?
Yeah.
Yes.
When the moon passes the sun, that means that it creates an eclipse, and that means the lizard man is born. That was his sentence.
I want to know how a lunar eclipse happens. How does the Earth get in between the sun and the moon in this diagram?
Yeah, well, it can't, can it?
Well, he might not have thought that far ahead.
Yeah.
But that is another story for another time. Now I'm.
Yeah, see, that's what his answer would be to that one. But that's another story for another time. Or
substitute the word story.
Or
substitute story for fairy tale.
Or I wasn't prepared for that.
I was going to say that sounded just like Kime on Jose's last night. Every time he started saying something, all of a sudden. But I'm not here to talk about that. What I want to talk about is this over here.
You got to play along with Kimo. You shouldn't argue with him so much.
I want to talk to you. Yes, you ignorant fuck who thinks the Earth.
Hey, who's he talking to? He's talking to you. Not talking to me.
Earth is a ball. There are plenty of evidence that proves the Earth is flat instead of a ball. First, let's talk about gravity.
Okay.
If the Earth is really a ball, then Australia will be at the bottom of the ball. Then that means Australians, kangaroos, and drop bears will never exist because they.
Drop bears don't exist.
And I love the way the subtitles called it "Drop Behaviours."
Yeah.
Drop behaviours.
So drop bears would never exist.
Because even Google knows that drop bears don't exist.
Why? Is he suggesting that they would have fallen off or something?
That's what he's going to say.
No, he's comparing the drop bears are real.
You guys down there would have to be dropping stuff and it'd be going up, not down. You have to drop stuff up.
They will just fall from the
Or
ball.
when I drop something, when I drop something, from your point of view, it does go up.
But I can't see it.
So it didn't happen.
From my point of view, I cannot see it.
No, you can't.
But that's just an
You know
assertion.
why? You know why I can't see
Oh,
it?
there's
a
a lumpy
big
thing.
damn ball in the way.
A lumpy, dirty thing in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his assertion. I should have got the whole sentence.
Yeah, run it back about 10 seconds before we restart.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back where he's... Yeah, here we go. From there. This is his assertion.
You ignorant fuck who thinks the Earth is a ball. There are plenty of evidence that proves the Earth is flat instead of a ball.
Right.
First, let's talk about gravity. If the Earth is really a ball, then Australia will be at the bottom of the ball.
Right.
Then that means Australians, kangaroos, and drop bears will never exist because they will just fall from the ball into.
Yeah.
Into,
Even the drop bears would
into
fall.
what?
Yeah, but the drop...
Into what?
into what?
Oh, okay. Into...
To the void. The
The
only
void.
way.
There, the void. The void.
Yeah. So there is a void.
Yeah, that void.
Yeah.
The universal downs concept. Yes, it's
Oh,
stupid.
I got voices in my head again. Okay. Well, if he thinks drop bears are real, then this is a whole farce. Then this whole thing.
Way for Australians to exist is that the Earth is flat, and that everything will be pulled towards the surface of the plane. Now let's talk about the shape of the Earth. We can all agree.
Oh, so he's gone through gravity. Right now, he's going to do the shape. Okay.
Of the Earth.
Earth. Did he use meth to work this out? I mean, math.
I got no idea.
Terry, is this Darwin?
No. This
Owen believes.
Blame
Owen
Peter.
Owen believes in Bigfoot, not drop bears.
Oh, okay. I don't even know who this
So
is.
the sum total of his explanation of gravity is Australians would fall off.
Yeah, we'd fall off.
One star.
Even the drop bears.
What the hell is a drop bear?
Oh, dear.
That angry koala.
During World War II, Blue, there were lots of US servicemen down here who were generally, and I know all this because my father was here, who were generally referred to as overpaid, oversexed, and over here.
As they
We had that over here as well.
That's the same thing the British said about us.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, my father, as a first lieutenant, was paid the same amount as a private in the US Army. So anyway, but I digress. There were various means of playing practical jokes on the US servicemen. One of which was a myth that koalas were actually savage, vicious animals that would drop out of gum trees and tear your head off. Rip your neck out, sort of thing. And they were referred to as drop bears. So it was always beware of the drop bears. And while you're at it, stay away from our women.
I never heard that story.
A common. So this story, it isn't mine. I've stolen it from another older vet that was at. He was in national service for Vietnam at Puckapunyal, and what they were doing there was the airstrip there was active, so the Americans would fly in and fly out of Puckapunyal there, and they spread out the rumor amongst the Americans that if you wanted to take a koala home, a drop bear home, we might be able to organise one for a couple of bottles of hooch. And what they'd do is they'd get a cardboard box and get about a 2 or 3 pound rock, put the rock in the box, and put a sprig of gum leaves in there with them just tactfully hanging out the side of the top of the box, and then tape the box up all nice and tight with do not open on plane, danger, and all those type of things all over it. And because it had the rock in it, every time they moved it a bit, the rock would wriggle and nuzzle around. And yeah, quite a few Australian rocks ended up going to America, apparently.
There's a nice picture of a drop bear in fair suck of the sand.
Is that rather poor, wet?
Yeah. There were more, but that's the most recognisable one.
I didn't think there was an actual photograph of a real one. I thought they were just the representation photographs.
Ooh.
Is you go. I'll drop this one in there, Terry. This is what they look like when they're not wet.
Yeah.
Because everybody forgets they've got bloody big teeth.
No, maybe not quite as big as that though.
Oh. And here's a picture of here's a picture of them hand raising one after the fires.
Why does an animal that only eats gum leaves need teeth like that?
To keep other animals from eating the gum leaves.
Am I able to share that?
Let me guess, you shouldn't feed them after midnight either, should you? And you shouldn't drop water on them.
No, that's a what do they call them?
Mugwai. Gremlins.
Gremlin.
Mugwais.
Yeah, that's a gremlin, Alan.
Yeah, they're not quite gremlin.
That thing doesn't look too happy.
It's
not
completely
that. No,
not
not
what
that
they
one.
look like.
That one.
Yeah, no, this one. There, open up that one.
I'm just putting in images I'm finding.
Yeah, I know. If you Google drop bear, you get a heap of images.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they really look like. But they should be
Not
similar
as
to that, I
scary as a
think.
penguin.
I found a bigger one than you put in, Peter. The blood.
Oh, okay.
Okay, where were we? Back to what we were doing.
Aeroplanes fly away from the ground at a common angle. Then if the Earth was a ball, the aeroplane will escape the Earth's...
Who was this? There was somebody else talking about this the other day on one of the I think it was Fight the Flat Earth with that guy. He brought the plane thing up about that. I thought that was funny.
It's idiotic.
He said, yeah, when the plane took off, something to do with the Earth spinning and all that. There. We explained it to him, but
atmosphere and will land on Mars instead of your desired location. So
why would it land on Mars? That's a wild claim. And also Mars is a planet out in space.
How would you get through the void?
How would you get through the dome?
Wouldn't you get level with the? Wouldn't the plane get level with the that the vertical edge of the Earth and then just fall off vertically down southwards, so to speak.
Which south?
Explanation for aeroplanes working is that the Earth is a plane and the aeroplanes will not fly out of the atmosphere when it wants to reach its target location. Also, did you know that no flights ever fly above the North Poles and the South Poles? Why is that, you?
This is only May. What? Wait a minute. This is August this year.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we've already, and haven't we done that north-south plane flight now?
Northern polar transits are pretty much standard if you're going from Europe to the west coast of America, or even China to Europe, or the east coast of America. And yeah, you tend not to get down as far as Antarctica when you're doing flights in the southern hemisphere, mostly because there's no diversionary airfields that close.
There's F all there.
Yeah.
If you fly from Dubai to Dallas Fort Worth, you fly almost directly over the North Pole.
It's not that quite. It's actually, that's not quite that high on the Great Circle. That just about gets to Iceland. That Great Circle, because the Great Circle also is visible to me here on the. You know my sunrise videos. When you see a lot of the contrails on my sunrise videos, they are actually aircraft on the Dubai, east coast of America, Great Circle route. But because of course they definitely aren't going over Ukraine, and the air corridors that they tend to follow bring them up the east coast.
Oh, it didn't fit.
Actually, all you have to do is look at Flight Radar 24 or Flight Aware, and you can see where the air corridors are most days. Or you used to be able to see where the air corridors were most days.
I was trying to fix Tony's name up, but it wouldn't work.
So is this a recent video we're looking?
Yeah, August. Yeah, it's only come out in August. August the 6th.
It's only come out this week.
It blows my mind. These people obviously sit around for a few months listening to Nathan and QE, and then they'd make a video. I wouldn't have the guts. They make a video that simply parrots word for word what these other people say without doing any research whatsoever.
Yeah,
none.
Research, flat Earth. Come on.
Yeah,
I wouldn't leave myself open to such public ridicule and scrutiny and inevitable ridicule.
So,
you know what I mean?
Yep.
Go on, Tony.
I just think that it's inherent to their mindset. They don't see these videos as something that they need to go away from and research. So they don't really understand what an education process is, and they don't understand what validation is. Even so I consider myself to be an expert in my particular field of expertise. By definition, I guess that's true. But if I say something and somebody else thinks, well, that sounds pretty implausible, I expect them to go away and look it up. And perhaps I'm wrong, and perhaps they'll come away and say, what did you think was going on here? Perhaps they'll correct me, but I don't imagine myself as being as lecturing to people whose job is to simply accept what I say. But the flat earthers take a very different view to what's going on.
Yeah.
And good
And as
morning,
is,
Tony.
hello, Pip. How are you?
Okay, thank
That's
you.
not his full name, Pip.
Oh.
Tony the Naked. I can't get this stupid background thing to work unless I got my camera on. It just won't do it. I don't know what's going on.
We'll just get it to show your avatar.
I put a bit of I put a bit of cardboard over my camera, and then I just use a file with that playing, and that's how I've got mine going. But anyone else that's got an avatar, that's usually just your avatar you put into when you.
So Tony, did you download the Zoom app?
It uses Zoom.
I have
It
downloaded the Zoom app. Yes.
Right. So if you log into your Zoom app using your Google account, it will automatically pull in the avatar from your Google account.
That's what I would have thought, but I thought I was in the Zoom app, but at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, it does log you out of the Zoom app, and then it loses the avatar each time.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Well, that's fantastically handy.
So if I do the same thing, will it stop doxing me every time I join?
Yes.
Yes.
Only if you ask it nicely, apparently.
Yeah, so before you join a Zoom meet, the best thing you can do is make sure you're logged into Zoom itself using your Google account, and then that way it'll automatically pull those names.
Doesn't it also depend on how you join the meeting too? When you click on the link, or you can paste.
Say again.
So you can either paste the link into join if you've got an app on your computer already, a Zoom app, and you can open that up and you can click on join, and you can actually click. You can actually paste it in there as well.
They've fixed that, Terry. All you need to do is have the app open and minimalized on your taskbar. Double click on the link, and it all should once your avatar has been set up, it all should just preload.
Yeah, it's always done that for me. I've never had it not do that.
It does it for me now. It never used to, but it doesn't now.
Yeah.
The frequency with which Terry is not being a dick, however, is on a downward trajectory. just want to note that.
Noted.
But Tony's got a picture now.
I do have a picture now, so there. I thought I had this set up, and then I didn't understand why it wasn't using my my profile pic, but now it has been explained. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I can change your name now.
Oh, can't Tony change his name?
They're not naked. you could change it to Tony the Tree.
That frequency I was just describing is dropping precipitously.
Oh, I can make it drop even further.
I have no doubt of your ability in this regard, but don't complain the next time I introduce you to a Discord server as very occasionally not a dick.
Well, back to the video.
There's a war of escalation here. Anyway, I kind of think that actually, if you want to be taken seriously pronouncing on science, you perhaps shouldn't be playing a first-person shooter while you're doing it, because it gives the impression you're not taking the exercise with any sort of seriousness, really.
Of course.
I mean, I know people do it. People in sort of the gaming community and the Twitter community do just show pictures of themselves playing various games while they prattle on, but they're talking about, they're not talking about science. So I can forgive that. But if you're trying to talk about some abstract concept, this is not the way to do it. Everybody can speak now. I've finished.
Well, I
Okay,
wasn't
we can
going to
play
speak, Tony. I was going to press play.
Okay.
Poles and the South
You can do that too.
Why is that, you may ask? It's because the government want to hide the fact that the ice walls exist and the ice center exists. If the plane wants to fly above the Arctic, then the people on the plane will be able to see the void and the government's secret will be leaked. Now let's talk about history, religion, and common sense, alright? Back in the days, there was this dude called Galileo. He proposed the earth was round.
That days.
Back in that day.
Yeah, and as well as that, flying over the centre, why would you be more likely to see the void when flying over the centre than anywhere near to the edges?
Okay. I want
sense at
to
all.
I want to object also to the concept that it was Galileo who proposed that the world was round.
Yeah, so did I.
By no means is that the case.
No.
People were able to prove that the world was round well before Galileo.
Yeah, the stick guy.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was well accepted by the educated that
by the what?
Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the stick guy.
It was Eratosthenes is the stick guy. Yes.
And that was 250 BC or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, the 10th century Muslims, for instance, started dragging a cable. Well, they did. They just dragged a rope across the desert northward of some city in order to find an area where the elevation of Polaris was 1 degree lower than it was in the city that they started from. From this, they could work out what the circumference of the Earth was. So they well understood. People well understood the sphericity of the Earth. Galileo is by no means the beginning of the story here. So.
Al-Biruni was in the 9th or 10th century.
Yep, that's right. And Al-Biruni used a sophisticated sequence of trigonometrical operations to work out the height of a mountain, and then from the elevation angle of the mountain to the edge to the horizon, he was able to estimate the circumference of the Earth again. So it's just never been the case. I mean, it's not never been the case, but it hasn't been the case for thousands of years that people have believed that the Earth is not a globe. Anyway, carry on.
Can we call Al-Biruni the Arab guy just to annoy people?
You could do that, but you're on shaky ground, I think.
You'd be challenging Terry's status as the biggest dick.
You would be challenging Terry's.
I wouldn't want to do that.
I'm keeping it.
I got a reputation to uphold, and I don't even know how I got the bloody reputation in the first place.
Logically, I am only around you some of the time. So I could only testify that you are not a dick some of the time. So when I introduced you to a new Discord server, all I could logically pronounce was, he is sometimes not a dick. So I felt obligated by the logical dictates.
But I know where all my friends are, Tony, that are defending me, though.
On some other Discord channel?
I don't know where they are.
They're not here, are they?
No, it doesn't seem like it, does it?
No. So Terry, I apologize. I can be a complete asshole, and my sense of humor is very, very dry and very, very harsh. So I apologize in advance. You are nowhere near a dick.
Well, we haven't known each other that long, so that's why I can't work out why you made that assertion. Yeah. Just get to know me a bit longer, and then we'll see what happens.
I tell you what, Tony, you would have done really well in the military with your sense of humour.
Very, very much so.
You'd have, even fitted you'd have even fitted in the engineers.
Yeah, you only kick your mates in the nuts.
That's more or less how I look at it. You have to be polite to the people you don't think will take it in good part. But you can be a bit abrasive to people who you think will sort of tolerate a bit of elbowing.
Yeah, the people that know that you're just digging, they should accept it as the joke that it is.
Yeah.
And I apologise to again sincerely. I think you're a wonderful guy. And I wouldn't have said that if I thought there was any chance of anybody taking it seriously. And nobody who has any experience with you will accept that that's true. That you are capable of being a dick.
Jeez, that was a quick backpedal.
Except for when he booted Alan from the server.
Well,
well, that was funny.
I was accidental. It was accidental.
I'm certain Alan deserved it.
No, he didn't deserve to be kicked. No, it was actually.
He only made one mistake. He fell asleep whilst in the channel.
Oh dear.
Well, I don't think I've ever actually booted anyone on purpose off here, even off the stream.
No.
We did boot one person off here on purpose, but that wasn't you. That was me.
Oh, okay.
That was SC, wasn't it?
That was because he was being an absolute, complete, and utter ass.
Didn't we have Pete Shea on one time?
Oh yes, we did.
Oh, well, on here, on this stream.
Not on your channel. It was on my channel.
It been on my channel because
it would have been on mine.
I would have just if Pete Shea had been on, I would have just hit end stream.
Yeah.
I don't know who Pete Shea is.
Good.
Well, that's good. You don't,
let's keep it like that.
Yeah, keep it that way, Tony. The less you know, the better.
No. Tony's now in this bloody arena.
Yeah.
He needs to know who Pete is.
He has to know Pete Shea.
Yeah. Aristarchus.
And Barack Obama and Will Smith are the same person, Tony.
Are they indeed?
Yeah,
Do all black people look the same to him?
No, it's just Barack Obama and Will Smith are the same person. You can't get pictures of the two of them together. You need to go down that rabbit hole with them.
But
I'm sure I've seen pictures of them
together. On that basis, I and Barack Obama and Will Smith are the same person. There's no photograph of me with either of them.
Don't even go there because you know that will be his next video.
He might even offer you a drink.
And the other thing, Tony, is that all craters on the moon are reflections of Aristarchus.
Aristarchus.
Watch us above us below.
Well, if Pete ever does offer you a drink, don't take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever he's drinking, I'm sure it's mixed with petrol. That's.
Oh dear.
What I will do, Blue, is I will get in touch with Sean G. And you know that bit where you and Unpaid Chills were talking to Pissy Pete?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll contact Sean G and I'll get that clip for you.
I'd like to hear that again. That was pretty funny.
Okay, a bit more stupid.
Yeah, a bit more stupid. Come on.
What's up? Also, there was this guy called Nicholas Copernicus, who was burned at the stake after proposing that the Earth is actually orbiting the Sun. What usually do you burn at the stake or lock up?
No.
Yes, it is
Copernicus wasn't burned at the stake.
No.
What?
Okay, who was Copernicus? I've heard of him, but I'm not sure.
There was a guy before him that was.
Yeah, but Giordano Bruno is one of the more famous. Famous examples. But you know. Yeah, Bruno Giordano Bruno did support Copernican cosmology, but he wasn't burnt at the stake because of that. Yeah. So I think this guy is very confused.
Very. Maybe Copernicus had a piece of burnt steak, but
I see what you did there.
yeah.
That's very clever. That was.
So it was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, they're coming thick and
Anyway.
So many meat puns. How do you think they make me veal?
The dad jokes are strong today.
Yeah, we're carving them up, aren't we?
Here we are.
Anyway.
Come on, move along.
There's
evil creatures from hell. If you're supporting any of the Nicholas's or Galileo's claims, you are a Satanist because you are supporting demons from hell. The Bible told us to exterminate all evil, so do not fucking hesitate and shoot your wife or husband or your friend in the head when they talk about round earth. You will be rewarded at heaven's gate. If you are around earth and you still convinced that the earth is flat,
okay. I think that at that point
to prove that the earth indeed is flat.
That's enough, Terry.
Yeah.
Stop it there.
I'm just going to go report that.
There's a that should be so. There's a thing called the Albigensian Crusade or the Cathar Crusade where there was a heretical religion called Catharism or Albigensianism in southern France from about 1000 to 1300, and there was a crusade against them. And one of the outstanding historical elements was a massacre at a town called Béziers, where basically all of the inhabitants of the town were put to the sword, regardless of whether or not they were Catholics or Cathars. And the phrase that has come to be associated with that is "kill them all, God will know his own." And it is the most dangerous. It is the single most dangerous extremist mindset, that it's okay to kill people if they're innocent, then God will forgive them and they'll go to heaven, and if they're evil, God will send them to the punishment that they so richly deserve. There's no downside to killing people in that sort of extremist religious mindset. And if you are there, then you are so far beyond good and evil that you couldn't spot them with a telescope on a nice clear night. It is, you have just left morality behind and replaced it with unthinking religious extremism.
Thanks for that, Peter.
And for all those people out in the side chat, I'm about to drop you the link.
I'm just looking for the timestamp.
Yeah, go to the timestamp 3 minutes and 56 seconds, and then hit it with hate or abuse content, and then it should give you a second one of promotes hate or violence.
I didn't understand that. You may need to describe it. Apparently,
no,
YouTube does. Okay, all right. So there are. This is intolerable. There are, even in the US, where free speech, where freedom of speech is enshrined in the Constitution, there are limits on free speech. There are elements of free speech that the Supreme Court has ruled as unprotected, and this incitements to violence of this sort cannot be accepted by society. They're a form of antisocial behaviour that I don't think should be accepted.
So that's all this was my fault because I normally preview all the videos and I didn't.
Yeah, but
Peter, what option did you say to select at the start? Because I didn't. I appear to have a different menu.
So you should be able to go to the report.
Yeah.
And it should come up with hateful or abusive content.
That's the one. Okay, thank you.
Hate speech or something.
And then
on the link.
Then choose promotes hatred or violence.
Yeah, I'll share it in here. That way you can guide me through this because I haven't done this before. Got to go
So,
to
yeah, those three buttons.
Report.
Hateful or abusive content. Choose one. And then promotes hatred or violence.
That's it.
It's all right. That's it. It's all right. He's only got like 3 likes or something like that, and
1 subscriber
and 82 views. So
I've already. It automatically does it at the time you pause it. So that fixes it.
Yeah. So if you just pause it at that period, it will automatically pick up the timestamp that you're at.
Yeah.
Now somebody has to keep an eye on it and see when it goes. Well, we've got the links anyway, so we can.
Well, now this is interesting. In his description, he has put this is a joke.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, please read the remarks in the description. I am a YouTuber and I thought it was obvious enough.
I don't think so.
Yeah. No.
Doesn't matter. You still can't say things like that.
If this was a joke, then on finding out that it isn't funny, he would have taken the video down.
Exactly.
This seems like and there's nothing funny about this. So I don't see how any fair-minded person viewing this video would come to the conclusion that its intent was comedic.
But it does say India explains to a certain group of people why the Earth is indeed flat in the description, which kind of makes one immediately wonder, is this indeed a flat earther or not? But
he ain't getting away from it. He said it, so it needs to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Still reported anyway.
Yes, no, still reported because unfortunately, there, as most people don't read the descriptions.
Exactly.
No.
Tell me what I can improve on. Don't fucking post shit like that.
Well, the thing is we don't need YouTube to get to a point like where Twitter is at the moment, where Twitter's call it not their fault because their robots aren't doing the right thing, or because of COVID and no one in the office or whatever. However, the amount of inappropriate photos and videos that are all over Twitter at the moment, as Dead Kennedy quite rightly pointed out the other day.
Yes.
And that whole channel was removed within about less than an hour from the time that he posted his video. So, I think realistically, the only way we can deal with it as individuals is to get together and report it.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Didn't he say that particular Twitter feed had something like 500,000 followers?
So that one did, yes.
Yeah.
And I've actually got a copy of the Google Drive list of people that were following them.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I saw that Dead Kennedy had sort of posted that up and said, this is what he's got, and he was going to be working with that as well.
And the thing is, without even trying. So for example, if you just went to other images he'd liked, you are able to find another 10 sites exactly the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
quite astounding.
With exactly the same content. And Twitter's not doing anything about it.
Yeah, I actually gave up on Twitter. Like I got banned for a joke, and it wasn't a great joke. That's fine. But I got banned because a bunch of people complained it was an exhortation to violence. And it was a 24-hour ban, and they said, you can appeal this, but we're shutting your account down for 24 hours. And going, well, actually, I didn't do anything wrong here. And if you want to unilaterally take away my right to express myself, then I've no interest in using your platform. And sure, you're not going to miss me. That's fine. But I just don't accept that they've got the right mechanisms in place for regulating, for actually making informed decisions about what is or is not appropriate content on their platform. I just, and to some extent, I think that YouTube and Facebook suffer from the same mechanism. I just haven't fallen foul of that on these particular platforms because perhaps I'm more measured in the jokes I tell or whatever, but it just seems like YouTube has dug itself a hole that it's not going to be able to get out of. Not quite as deep as YouTube, I think. YouTube seems to me to have made a business model out of allowing provocative misinformation to be promulgated with no restraint whatsoever.
Okay, then we might move on to.
Should I buy a bell or something?
No.
There's a time that I can ding whenever I finish speaking, because there's always these awkward pauses. Like,
it's usually
finally stopped
They're
rambling.
awkward to you. They're not awkward to us. We're just
Okay.
Can I just say you're not as bad as Larry the Surveyor?
No.
So Larry, Terry, I did drop another link in the side chat. It's not for derp. It's just showing the different routes that planes fly in the southern hemisphere close to Antarctica, and just a general explanation why there are no flights that go from, say, Perth to Santiago. It's because the planes that are stored at both of these locations don't necessarily have a direct flight understanding. So they have deals and stuff where different, for example, Qantas cannot fly directly to Santiago. It's not an agreement that's been organised.
I think Wolfie explained it in one of his videos about all that.
Yeah, he did.
There's a thing called cabotage. But I think also that actually they're forbidden, commercial flights are forbidden to go over Antarctica since the Mount Erebus disaster.
The Qantas Antarctic trips will start again as soon as
Okay, but are they allowed to go over continental Antarctica? Because Air New Zealand used to have flights that went down, but in the early 80s, one of them ran into Mount Erebus.
Yeah,
that's correct.
And as a result of that disaster, I thought that there was a ban on flying over Antarctica. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe the ban was subsequently removed, but that was my impression.
CAA Australia, and I don't know about CAA New Zealand, obviously, because that was a New Zealand aircraft. But I believe CAA Australia removed the moratorium with quite strict controls.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you're going to be on a 4-engined aircraft.
Yeah.
You have to be at a certain altitude as well.
Yeah, and you're not going to be going down. Because the problem with the Air New Zealand flights was they were flying. Well, they were flying low enough to bump into Mount Erebus.
Yep.
They were flying up the valley. They were flying up a valley. And the trouble was they flew up the wrong valley because their navigation was a bit off.
Well, there was some evidence in the what I know in detail about this comes from a half-remembered episode of Air Crash Investigations. But there was some evidence that suggested that the pilots had not been given the correct charts, and that Air New Zealand moved quickly to sort of shift the blame entirely onto the pilots, whereas in fact there was more of an institutional problem that laid behind it.
Yeah, I was going to say the whole thing was a very institutional problem because they've been doing it for a while. The pilots kind of got a little bit laissez-faire with the planning.
Yeah. They shouldn't have been, as you say, if they'd had appropriate altitude limits on the planes, this wouldn't have even been possible.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're not going to get Perth, Santiago because, no, you're not going to go right over Antarctica because there isn't close enough diversionary stuff.
Yeah.
And of course, you'll find that all of the aircraft doing those routes are probably going to be 4-engined because I don't think they're going to be able to fly ETOPS.
So just for interest as well, Terry, just scroll down a little bit and have a look at the list of other sites. Keep going down, and then recommended YouTubers. That's the one we want to see. Have a look at that.
Good old cool hard logic and Tail Ceti Alpha as well. Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the cabotage that stops all the Northern Hemisphere airlines doing direct routes across the Southern Oceans.
That's right.
In the same
but there
way,
are direct flights. Aren't there direct flights from Sydney to Santiago?
Yes, there are, but you won't get one from Perth.
No,
because it'll be beyond. You will end up being beyond what they class as a safe distance to a diversionary airfield.
I would also be surprised if there's actually enough traffic to warrant the direct flight. Like if somebody wants to get from Perth, they can just fly to Melbourne or Sydney and get a direct flight from there.
Yeah.
But on a flat Earth, Sydney to Santiago is the most absurd distance. Like it is what, close to 18,000 kilometers or something like that. It is just a ridiculous distance that they have to travel in order to get there on the flat Earth.
Yeah.
That any plane can get there at all is proof enough that the flat Earth model just doesn't work.
I mean, that South Pole centered ASMAP just makes you realise that yes, those southern routes are perfectly viable from all of the 3 continents.
Yeah.
But like I say, you wouldn't go directly over the very middle simply because I think ETOPS requires that you are within 2 hours of a diversionary airfield, and 4-engined aircraft are going to be they're still going to want you to be within a reasonable distance of a diversionary airfield. That is not something you're going to get if you go right across the top.
No, you're not. I mean, you can land big planes at I think it's called Scott, the American air base at the southern pole.
Yeah.
I think it's called Scott. I think you can land a reasonably heavy aircraft there, but it needs to be really modified to survive the landing and be able to take off again. And a commercial airliner just isn't going to be able to do that. So
and on top of that, I just recently watched that the documentary about Antarctica, and they were showing the big American transporter planes landing there, dropping off supplies, and even the smallest amount of weather conditions, and they were diverting them. They were saying, "No, it's no good," because they've got to do so much work to the ice field to have it prepared enough for a runway for them.
Yeah. I mean, it is astonishing. Like I keep on going about this. I watched a lot of air crash investigations, but the amount of care and attention to detail that underlies the air industry, airlines, and aircraft design and operation, even for relatively small craft, is really. I had no idea of the amount of detail that was required, and it's astonishing just what is necessary for aircraft to operate properly and safely. And we've learnt some very hard lessons through some very bad things happening. But just people don't take risks with aircraft. It's just not the way things work. We know as precisely as we can manage what we're doing, and the more people there are on the aircraft, the more care is taken with it. So it's just, I don't know. I kind of think that if we sat flat earthers down and made them watch the entire series, there'd be no flat earthers left. Like, I don't know. Perhaps I'm being hopeful there, but it just seems like if they understood exactly how the air industry worked, we could spare ourselves a lot of debating.
No, any evidence that we show them, like putting them on a plane or putting them on a space shuttle and taking them to the ISS, they just come back and tell all their mates that they were just drugged and that was it.
Yeah. No,
well,
you're exactly right.
There's a saying in aviation. There are old pilots and there are bold pilots, but there are no old, bold pilots.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's something to keep in mind.
Yeah. You have a pilot's license, don't you, Blue?
Huh?
Is that right?
Say what?
Do you have a pilot's license?
Not for not for model airplanes.
Yeah. No, I can't fly model airplanes, but I can fly real ones. Yeah. I've got about 4,500 hours, I guess. I was for a while I was a flight instructor and an instrument flight instructor and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've done a little flying.
So it staggers me sort of the flat earther mindset is that stuff like organizing a flight plan, working out how far you're going to travel between 2 points or the distances between 2 points, like the techniques we use to calculate that are based on spherical trigonometry. They're based on the spherical geometry for the planet. But they imagine themselves to be so much better than scientists, than everybody else. Would you wander in, it feels like they imagine that they could wander into the cockpit of a plane and just say, well, how hard can this possibly be? And I can't imagine any more absurd belief than that. That isn't, because being able to operate a plane just strikes me as something that is really, really difficult. Requires a lot of actual technical understanding.
Tony, I will admit this here. The reason I don't have some type of pilot's license is because I failed the course.
Right.
Because I couldn't land. Well, I could land. It's just that I had a nasty habit of landing a couple of foot too high or a couple of foot too low. And as Blue will assert, that's not good for the airframe, is it?
Oh, keep in mind, everybody can land once.
I never had a landing that I couldn't walk away. That both the crew of the aircraft couldn't walk away from. But I can't. I'll just get the image up and then I'll share it. The aircraft that I was learning to fly in was where are we? There. So I want to share screen and I want to share there. Okay, that's what I was learning to fly in. It's called the Kirby Cadet T Mark III. See the wheels sitting out the bottom of the aircraft?
Yeah.
That's held in by a whole load of bungee rubber.
Right.
Okay. That's in a wheel box. The top of the wheel box is like 8th ply. Okay.
Yeah. So
the last landing I did, the reason why the wheel didn't go through the top of the wheel box is because the other side of the wheel box is the instructor's seat base.
Ow. Well, yeah, that's going to result in a low mark, isn't it?
And as you can see, he's got shoulder straps over his shoulders. So yeah, and he's tightly strapped in. So yeah, the reason the wheel didn't go through was because there was something soft and squishy strapped to the other side of it.
Nice. But it just strikes me as, sort of there are so many professionals out there whose professionalism we rely on in order that planes don't crash into our buildings, in order that planes get to where they're going, in order that the produce and the mail that we rely on gets to us. And in the flat earther in the flat earther mindset, none of this is worthy of any admiration or respect. And I just don't understand it, because I have profound respect for anybody who can do anything that I can't. There are a lot of things that I can't do that I don't know how to do. So there are a lot of people that I have respect for.
Then you must respect the flat earthers for being able to pump out bullshit after bullshit day after day.
Nonsense. I think I could pump out bullshit day after day if I put my mind to it. I don't think they're doing anything I couldn't do, except keep a straight face during it. And I put that down to more of their mental deficiencies than any deficiency on my part. Just anybody can make crap up. Look at the likes of Graham Hancock or any of the other or Von Daniken or any of the other more successful bullshit peddlers that history has handed us. Anybody can do this stuff.
Velikovsky.
Velikovsky is a name I've heard before, but I can't remember in what context. So feel free
he's
to.
The father of the electric universe. He believes that Earth was spun out of Jupiter, and that comets are birthed from planetary bodies and things like that.
Okay, yeah. And people can come up with all sorts of deranged theories and do I actually should be more cautious about using the term do in sentences, but any conspiracy theory, the Masonic conspiracy theories about the geometry of Washington and and the Illuminati symbol on the American currency and all of this sort of stuff. People can vomit all sorts of nonsense without much training or restraint. So I don't respect flat earthers particularly for being able to do that. I may be being a bit harsh, but I feel like sure, if I were interested in doing that, I could do it too. And I could probably do it better than they could.
Could I just point out that we were talking a little bit earlier about how if we got flat earthers into space, they'd just say, "Oh, it was faked and they've been tricked." Yeah, we already did that. There is a series. There was a short series here in the UK, shown December 2005, called Space Cadets, and they actually very carefully screened a group of 10 people and pretty much convinced them that they had gone to a Russian space base, gone through training, were aboard a shuttle and went into low Earth orbit. And it all happened here at a former RAF base called Bentwaters, right next door to Woodbridge. Now, they had a very, very clever screening process. So they eliminated anybody who'd ever served in the armed forces or who already were interested in space travel or science fiction. They put them through psychological and physiological tests. They got them to do all sorts of things, and they basically very cleverly selected a group of stupid and gullible people. And even towards the end, only one or two of them were starting to think, "Hang on, something isn't right." Even to the point where sort of a lot of people watching it were sort of saying, "Well, how do you get around the fact that they're not in zero G? How do you simulate zero G?" And they were basically told that because they were going into low Earth orbit, the reduction in gravity would only be 30%, and the shuttle they were on had special compensating machinery to make up that deficit, so they wouldn't actually notice they were in reduced gravity. And they all fell for it. They all believed it because they didn't have the technical background to work out that was a load of bollocks. So it's already been done. They found a group of people and fooled them and convinced they were in low Earth orbit for several days. And they all swallowed it.
Well, that's a depressing story.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
But I just thought, when they all, but this would give them a certain air of legitimacy by saying, "Well, hang on, it's all been faked because we've already done it to a group of gullible people."
Yes.
Albeit now some 15 years ago. I hadn't realised it was quite that long ago, but I could remember it, and I just sort of looked it up. Yes, it was called Space Cadets.
What were farmers? What were the reactions of these candidates when they were told that it had all been fake?
That I'm having trouble finding out.
I would have thought anger would have been up there.
Yeah,
possibly.
I would not be entirely impressed, I have to say, with the.
I definitely wouldn't be signing the release.
Oh.
You get them to sign the release before, not after.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Here's the prize. Right, there were 9 people. All 9 contestants won a genuine trip to Russia, including a trip to Star City and a ride on the parabolic flight to experience weightlessness for around 25 seconds. In addition, each cadet won a cash prize of £5,000 each. The 3 cadets who went into space won a cash prize of £25,000 each. Right, so that's right. So yes, out of the 9 cadets, 3 of them went into space, and they all got paid, a fair wedge of money for doing it. So I guess a lot of that would cover up the feelings of embarrassment, and
it would.
Yeah.
If I knew there was 25 grand in it, I would have. But I would have just went along with it.
Yeah,
anyway.
£25,000 is a fair bit more than 25 grand, as an Australian understands it.
Here it is. The intention was to obtain a group of cadets who are highly gullible, conformist, and ignorant about the show's subject matter, and also ideally suited to appearing in a reality TV show, i.e. uninhibited extroverts and attention seekers, wacky personalities, or characters otherwise able to capture the public's attention. So the sort of idiots you see on Big Brother.
Yeah, flat earthers. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you look at this. Some of the clues, the motto of the so-called Russian establishment they're training in, they were told when you translated it from Russian to English, it said "We the Adventurers." What it actually translated into was, it's not rocket science. But of course, none of the cadets could speak Russian, so they just had to go by what they were told. And apparently, one of the plots, they said if there was a problem with the shuttle landing at the starbase in Russia, one of the backup sites was at Woodbridge. Now, Woodbridge was the sister RAF site to RAF Bentwaters. There was in a stone's throw of each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, whilst they were spinning these lies, they were also sort of combining truth with it at the same time.
Yeah, because, and of course, they'd never have got that past anybody who had any intelligence of aviation or anything like that, because anybody who's in the know knows that the big long emergency runway in the UK, RAF Manston.
Yes. Yes. I think at the time,
that was the biggest foam runway in the world in the late 70s.
Yeah,
the whole thing in foam.
I think that was also, I think Woodbridge had been deactivated, and I think it was the next year when it got reactivated when that's right, the British Army moved in and it became a very, very expensive store for Apache helicopters. Because they bought the helicopters and they realised they didn't have any crew trained to fly them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think.
Well, at least we didn't get that problem with the lightning, did we?
No.
Since
yes,
that didn't work.
So that is the thing. We have done this sort of thing before, where we have actually found a group of gullible people and tricked them. But they did have to be the right type of gullible people, you know, because obviously straight away anyone would say, well, hang on a minute, if we're in low Earth orbit, how come we're not in 0G? How come we're not in free fall?
Yes.
You know.
Well, before these asshats start talking about aviation, it would be awfully helpful if they would take just a moment and read a little bit about aircraft and aviation and how things work.
Yep.
It's not particularly difficult to understand. Even better, take a ride to your local airport. There's probably a flight school, and for not very much money, you can get an hour introductory flight.
Yep.
And
okay.
you can learn a lot of stuff in an hour. I'll say that I could teach most people how to fly.
All right.
It's not that challenging, really. It gets a whole lot more challenging when you start talking about instrument flight and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
basic controlling an aircraft, it's not a big deal. Landing that can be a little bit more
easy. It's keeping it straight and level is pretty easy in visual flight. No harder than driving a car.
Yeah.
Coordinated turns a little bit, and then and because in the glider you really needed to be doing coordinated turns properly. But you know, it's then the taking off and then the landing is the bit that is the hardest to learn and get consistently correct to make it safe.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't want to break the air. You don't want to keep making having to have aircraft inspected for safety damage after you've had a heavy landing.
No.
Right, here we go. I've just had a quick look. Now, obviously, I'm in a part of the UK. Lots of parts of the UK have lots of airfields, and obviously, I'm right next to one that's now a racetrack. But just a few miles up the road is to Western Aerodrome, and I've just had a quick look. Flying lessons there. You can have a 30-minute two-seater flying lesson for the grand sum of 89 of our English pounds. And that would get you a half-hour flying lesson.
Yeah. We've got Seething near us, which I think is about the same. I had a couple of flights from there a few years ago, but they were freebies for having helped do the car parking at their annual air show.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, it's a little Piper Cherokee. You can have 30, 40 or 60 minutes, but half an hour is £89. You'll have the chance to take the controls and fly the aircraft yourself. Boom, boom.
Absolutely.
It's a.
You'll be amazed at what you can learn in a half hour too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a my first discussion with Spurs, at that stage, he was still denying that air pressure was a thing.
Mm.
And I asked him how he thought planes work.
Mhm.
And he started talking about temperature gradients between the bottom and the top of the and the top of the
dear.
wing.
Oh dear.
And you're just thinking, you really don't have any, so what you're saying is that every pilot, every aeronautical engineer who has ever lived has just gotten this entirely fucking wrong.
Yeah.
And further, your claim is that birds can only fly because there's a huge temperature gradient on the top of their wings. This is your theory. In the month or so since that, I don't know if everybody else has been pummeling them, but they've changed their tune. Spurs now thinks that air pressure is a thing, but it's constant everywhere. And Nathan Oakley, as Blue pointed out in one of his recent video, now concedes that there is an air pressure gradient.
And now Spurs was going on about his temperatures yesterday. There was no pressure again yesterday.
Was there?
He took a bit of a beating yesterday.
Right. Okay.
It was only about at one stage, I think it was 18 onto 1. So it was quite a fair fight.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he deserved and what he needed. But yes, he was still going along that pressure only changes with temperature.
Well, it does. I mean, he's right. That's the thing. In a hydrostatically ordered atmosphere, pressure and temperature are not independent variables. If you know the pressure or the temperature, you know the other variable. They're inextricably linked. But you also know height. They are both just functions of height inside the troposphere. There's only one independent variable, and that's the height. That's the amount that's your distance from the surface. That's the only genuinely independent variable you've got. Once you know that, pressure and temperature follow inextricably. But what he's overlooking in his argument is that pressure demonstrably does vary as a function of altitude. And the reason, because last I heard he was denying that that's the case. Is he still denying that?
No, I don't. Well, it wasn't clear yesterday that that's what he was doing.
Okay.
But it wasn't clear. It's never clear quite where Spurs is coming from.
Because he was denying that when he was on Red's Rhetoric channel, he was just saying that air pressure is a thing, but it's uniform everywhere. It's only temperature that varies. And it is temperature that produces the pressure effects that we see.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, I threw him a nasty curveball on that yesterday. I pulled out a Dwayne Kellum video and showed it to him. And
right.
I showed him I showed him an air temperature at 35 or 40,000 feet of 70 below -70 Fahrenheit.
Yep.
And then I showed him a massive pressure drop at a temperature of 0 degrees Fahrenheit once you climbed up to 100,000 feet.
Yeah.
So that completely blows his concept apart totally.
Yeah. It's utter nonsense. I mean, he made some claim about sort of zero pressure cannot be achieved. Therefore, any barometer cannot be accurately calibrated. That was his argument for just rejecting barometric readings entirely. But you don't really need a barometer to demonstrate the effects of pressure. Just look at the boiling point of water, right?
True.
The boiling point of water changes as you go up in altitude, as you go up Mount Everest, for instance. And the reason for that cannot be air temperature. air temperature just cannot impact the boiling point of water. It's going so, but yeah, I don't know. I got into this. I keep on saying this, and I feel like such a fanboy every time I do. But I got into this field, and just your ability to sort of instantly work out where the weak points in flat earther arguments, and just say, well, that's a load of nonsense because of this, just really impressed me, because I tend to waffle on almost indefinitely about complicated stuff without really getting to a clear demonstration of how wrong they are.
Concise.
They go out of their way to be wrong. I give them that.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Tony, they go out of their way to waffle on, but at least you make a point where they don't.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well,
That's
Spur's claim yesterday was all you have to do is pull a vacuum on a container, and the temperature inside the container is going to go to 0, absolute.
Yeah.
Actually, I was just thinking that if he says you can't calibrate a barometer, you can't take it because there's.
Well, how can you measure a temperature with no particles in there?
I was going to say, how do you calibrate a thermometer when you can't take a thermometer to absolute 0?
Yeah, I don't think he understands that concept either.
I wanted to give Spur a lesson in thermos bottles, but give him a little bit of a clue about how that works, but we didn't quite get around to that.
I think the best thing.
Just about thick.
Sorry, Blue.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the best thing that actually came out of that whole conversation with Spurs was when refrigerators were brought up, and like freezers, and they turned around and said, "So we've been doing it wrong all this time, Spurs. We don't need to put a compressor in there or anything like that. All we have to do is put bottles of vacuum into a box, and that will keep all our food cold." Well, yes, that's the way it works.
So how did all those cooling systems and refrigerant systems that I've designed and had put in, how did they all work then? Because obviously I've been doing it wrong all these years.
He's never heard of the Carnot refrigeration cycle.
No.
Yes. Well, what do you need pressure? What do you need pressure for to make cold? You don't use pressure to make cold. You use pressure to make heat.
Yeah.
That's how it works. But he
you
doesn't.
Do. That's how we pump the heat around. Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
And what would really blow his mind is if he looked at the refrigerators that they fit in things like caravans, and they're powered by gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that would really screw him up. He wouldn't be able to get his head around that at all.
My parents had a mains gas-powered refrigerator in the kitchen until the late 80s.
Yeah.
Or even better, farmers, the 3-way ones that work off 12 volts, gas, and 240 volts or 110 volts, depending on where you are in the world.
Yeah.
How would he explain that?
I wouldn't. He wouldn't even know where to start.
No, but again, we all have to remember Spurs' game. Spurs' whole game is run around, dodge any questions, because as long as he confuses enough people, he still gets all the attention. He gets to come into all these panels, and he has free run on Gem server.
Yes.
And
well,
I think,
he doesn't.
I think realistically, what happened.
He claimed pilots have to adjust their altimeters for temperature. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But I think realistically, what happened in Jose's, where he really was, his feet were held to the fire every time he diverted, and it took, the conversation was taken away from where it was brought right back again. No, finish explaining this here, Spurs. This does not make sense. We have not seen this. Show us some citation. Show us a video. Oh, well, I've got that video. You can go to... No, you show the video. You show the video.
I actually got him to claim that a container generates gas pressure.
Yeah, that's right.
Didn't he also tell me yesterday that inside the fridge was at a different pressure to outside as well at one point?
Yep. He failed massive.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things is that you can often actually get Spurs to admit stuff that shoots himself in the foot, and he's not actually bright enough to work out that he's done it.
You're underestimating Spurs there, Tony.
Am I?
Yeah, Spurs is actually. He is clever enough to come up with the bullshit, and he knows where it's wrong because it's everything's been explained to him at least 100 times on every subject. But he is like I said, he has a game plan where he is very good at running away from questions because again, it for the people who may have a misunderstanding of the world we live on. It's enough that they are confused and unable to follow through and see his jumps because he's very good at taking small little steps away and people follow him down those rabbit holes. And unless he's kept on task, he is very good at diverting and dodging.
Well, he was so when I was debating Spurs last week, I ended up so Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, introduced a picture of luminous gas inside a nuclear reactor.
Oh, he likes that one.
And Spurs said, well, it's possible that the gas there was organized by electromagnetic force. And Craig wanted some other answer and was yelling at him and didn't understand that actually he was shooting himself in the foot. If you are going to concede that gases conform to the geometry of the forces applied to them, then the gravitational containment of the atmosphere follows immediately from that. You cannot, if you're going to argue that electromagnetic forces are responsible for ordering the gas in the reactor, then what's your problem with gravitational forces can order gases in, can contain gases inside Earth's atmosphere? It doesn't make a lick of sense. You are shooting your own argument in the head that you need a container to do this.
Yeah.
So I kind of think that sometimes he loses sight of the strategic battlefield in trying to just avoid immediate tactical threats. He kind of concedes stuff that actually compromises his larger scale arguments. But I'm steadily becoming less and less impressed with his intellectual honesty, and I wasn't highly impressed with it to begin with.
Tony, you've got to bear in mind, and this is the reason I can't decide whether he's a Poe or deranged. Spurs has been caught on Hangouts actually training flat earthers how not to answer questions.
Yeah.
Of course. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive. You can be a deranged Poe.
Yes, of course. You know what I mean? But see, to my mind, if you genuinely believe what you're espousing, then, you'd have the answers and be happy to answer the questions. But if your whole approach to the discussion is I'm going to spend 50 minutes managing not to answer a single question, then it's not about being right so much as just winning the argument and gaining attention.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that sort of Crafty Keeler has made this point, and I'm trying to work it more reliably into my discussions with flat earthers. You're not actually trying to convince them, for the most part. You're trying to educate the audience in the counter arguments and the counter evidence that applies. So if there's a member of the audience who is involved in arguments with with flat earthers, I am trying to equip them with stuff that they can use in their discussions. If there's somebody who's sort of flirting with flat eartherism, I'm trying to give them reason to doubt. But what I don't think I can do, generally speaking, is convince the person I'm talking to. I just don't think that that's a realistic aspiration in most cases. And it's certainly not a realistic aspiration with Spurs.
I totally agree with that.
No,
Absolutely.
you will never convince the people that are willing to come on to these panel shows. They are in it for completely different reasons.
Yeah. That being said, I will give a shout out to Keith and Rachie, who I had a discussion with on Fight the Flat Earth. They both seemed to be exhibiting genuine intellectual curiosity. And they seemed also to sort of be adjusting their adjusting their positions as I was presenting evidence. I'm not sure if you saw those discussions, but
I saw some of that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw
but
that.
it was
Right. Particularly Rachel.
Yeah,
About the golf.
yeah. Keith is a bit of a longer term prospect, but at least he seems civil, and he does seem to sort of listen to what you say, and adjust his outlook appropriately, which is not something that Spurs or Mind of God or Flat Earth Aussie Jesus or any of those other ones are willing to do at all.
Oh, Shoggy Moggy's another confirmed Poe.
Who?
Shoggy Moggy, Mind of God.
Yeah. He was my first debate, and I went into that because he'd made all sorts of comments about vector spaces and Bessel functions and that sort of thing. So I went into my debate with him, and he had claimed to have expertise in seismological modeling. And so I went into my discussion with him thinking, this is somebody with some degree of technical competence, and it will be a matter of a few minutes explaining gravitational potential energy, the mathematical form of gravitational force, and we can go from there. And it took me more than 90 minutes to explain how a non-conducting mass suspended from a spring measures gravitational acceleration. At the end of 90 minutes, he still did not accept that such a thing was possible. And it turned out that he didn't know anything about potential theory. He didn't know anything about differential equations. He didn't know anything about any physical system. And he claims to have a degree in electrical engineering. It just doesn't seem possible that he has any sort of analytical training whatsoever. But whatever.
Kind of God has no engineering training whatsoever. He's memorized just a handful of catchphrases.
Yeah.
One that he used to love to pull out was, "Can you show me a free body diagram of that?" Yeah. And he did that to me one day, and I said, "Yes, I can. Can you? Can you? Would you be able to tell me what's on it if I show you it?"
Yeah.
I'll be glad to do one for you.
This was
all you have to do is call him, and he folds up like a cheap suit as soon as you call him on something.
Yeah. That's exactly that was exactly the thing. But he presents himself completely differently, and it was my first insight into how mendacious these people are. He went to the trouble of creating this impression of himself as this, mathematically literate, technically competent individual, and he knows nothing.
That's right. That's exactly right. We argued with that fool about drones. Some of you guys will probably remember that.
Yeah.
With him saying all you have to do is take a drone and just fly it in a perfectly straight line, fly it, just make it fly in a perfectly straight line. You got to be able to do that. Well, hell yeah, you can do that, but it's reference to something. What's it reference to? Mind of God. We need a reference. What's that going to be? What are you going to use? You want to use GPS? Yeah, we can make the thing fly at a constant altitude and it'll be following the curve of the Earth.
Yep.
What do you want us to do? How do you do it? Oh, you got to be able to do that, he'd say. Well, then you tell us how.
Yes, that's right. You tell us what you describe the coordinate system you think we should be using, and that is, I think, where they break down. They don't understand the concept of a coordinate system that everything has to work in. It just seems like this is a blind spot for them. They don't know how to. I mentioned previously the spherical trigonometric formula for distance between 2 points on a sphere. If I know their latitude and longitude, I can very accurately estimate the distance between them. For any 2 points, it doesn't matter which ones you give me, I can give you a pretty good estimate. Flat earthers don't even seem to understand the need to be able to do that under any circumstances. And they imagine, they imagine that they've debunked the sphere Earth without being able to replace that, without being able to calculate distances between points on Earth. And I don't see how they imagine that they can create anything that functions if they can't do that. Ding, bong.
No, you're right. No, I'm just.
That was the end of my rant.
You're right. You're right.
I think the electrical engineer was Mind of God's father.
Could have been. That's what I hear. Is that his father was and that the reason he got his job in a mineral exploration seismological survey company was as a result of his father's influence. But certainly he himself doesn't have any understanding of seismological principles.
Well, I mentioned Laplace transforms to him, and his eyes glazed over. He had no idea what I was talking about.
Scary maths. So sorry, Tony. I mean, I know I have a degree in electronic engineering, but I really, really, really struggle with the maths. I very nearly didn't make it. In fact, I had at the end of the first year, I had to resit my maths papers.
Right. Sort of. There are multiple ways to. I've always been a very mathematically oriented individual, and I was just discussing this at work. My undergraduate degree, in my first year, I did chemistry, computer science, mathematics. And in the second year of my degree, I did mathematics and advanced logic, which was a philosophy unit. And in the third year of my degree, I did mathematics and the philosophy of mathematics. Again, another philosophy. That was my undergraduate degree. There was very little that was just not mathematics, but it has led me to sort of a strange place where I don't have the literacy in physical principles that a lot of flat Earth debunkers have, and certainly almost everybody who has ever met me will point out just how impractical I am. I have no understanding of I don't have an intuitive understanding of engineering principles. I can kind of get there in the end, but I don't have, it's not inherent to me. Like one of the examples that comes up is Daniel Pratt's My Doppelganger's proposed experiment to detect curvature of the Earth by setting up a girder and running a machine along the girder to measure the distance to the top of it. And the first words out of Blue's mouth when he heard about this were, well, what about the sag in the girder?
Mm.
Which, and those were the first words out of my brother's mouth. He's sort of a trained electrician, and he has a very pragmatic view of the world as well. But the first thought through my head was, well, even assuming that the girder is level, the water surface won't be what you expect it to be, because of the various forces. So my first concern was actually what was being measured and how that can deviate from just the equipotential surface. But everybody with any practical experience said, well, your apparatus just isn't going to work, so how are you going to get around that? So yeah, it kind of emphasized to me just how impractical I am as a scientist.
I've heard talk of trying to doing it over very short, measuring that sort of thing over very short. Well, you can't measure it over a short distance. Well, no, because the drop over 1 meter is 79 nanometers. That's kind of almost UV light.
Yep, that's right. So
to measure that, you'd have to be using something that's using X-rays.
Yes.
To measure that, to measure that with any decent consistency, you'd have to be using.
They continually come up with these silly concepts that just are absolutely physically impossible.
Yep.
The idea that you're gonna pull a line, a string, a wire, anything into a perfectly straight line, totally, absolutely violates every law I know of when it comes to the physical world. The only way that could ever happen is if that line had zero mass
or infinite strength.
Infinite tension or zero mass.
Yeah, that's right. One of the two, and neither of them are going to be true. It's utterly impractical. And I remember that my 6th grade teacher took time out of a class to explain that this was why telephone wires, the wires between telephone poles sag like that, is that there's a maximum strength. You can't make them straight. It was some time before I learnt the term catenary, that applies to ropes or cables, under the force of gravity, and the shapes that they adopt. But these are elementary principles that seem to elude them completely.
Yeah, and in engineering, typically when we talk about catenary sag, it's to do with chains.
Yep, that's right.
That's on the off side of the non-tension side. The chain's gonna develop that catenary sag.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah.
And you got to take all this stuff into account unless you want to see the chain jumping off the damn sprocket.
Yep, that's exactly right. In the age of sail, these principles had to adopted actually a fundamental physical reality. You had to account for changes in the strain state of the ropes that you were using. Otherwise, disaster could follow. People were able to sail around the world. They were able to sail thousands of kilometers without landfall. In order to do that, in order to judge how much food they needed, how much water they needed, how much of various raw materials they needed to understand the distances that they were traveling and the conditions they would be traveling in. And they needed to make accurate assessments of the physical strength and the forces that their craft would be undergoing. And the idea that none of that is real, none of that is meaningful. The fact that you got that right doesn't mean that you know what you're talking about in terms of celestial navigation. all of this is, just seems like facile nonsense.
Yeah, that's why Magellan got into so much trouble, because he was basically exploring where they didn't know. He didn't know how far he was going to go.
No.
Yeah.
Did you? I seem to recall that actually at least a couple of people from the second circumnavigation of the world were actually present on the first circumnavigation of the world. So there are a couple of people who managed to survive both expeditions, which seems kind of remarkable, given that not many people survived that first circumnavigation. Certainly Magellan didn't, for instance.
I remember. I seem to vaguely remember recently in one of these sorts of conversations that first circumnavigation come up, and there were only 6 survivors that stuck from the.
I think it was slightly more than that, but it wasn't many. Anyway.
Ring your bell.
Now we're all frantically Googling to see
no,
who can be
no.
the first to get back to that Wikipedia page. And screw the peanuts; they can entertain themselves while we're doing it.
There was something I wanted to bring up. I hope Terry won't mind. Terry, am I all right to bring up the Riley thing we talked about?
Yeah, we're running behind schedule as it is, so a little bit more won't hurt.
Riley, there's no point in looking at the video because Riley recently posted some videos with his modified P900.
Oh, that, yes,
right.
yeah, I did want to talk about that.
And to modify his P900, he did what is known as a full spectrum conversion. So he removed the infrared filter, but unfortunately the infrared filter is also combined with the UV filter in the camera.
Mm-hmm.
So he then takes it to a spot near the west coast of England, above the town, above where he did the island, where all the controversial Isle of Man photos were taken from.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically couldn't understand why he couldn't see very much through the when taking 1080p video through the camera. He could not understand why he couldn't make out any of the landmarks that he should have been able to make out. Now, part of the problem is that if anybody here did much in the way of photography back in the days when all we had was film,
yep,
they will remember that if you went to the beach or if you went up in the mountains, everybody said you should put in a skylight or a UV filter, and the skylight is also a filter mostly for removing the UV. And the reason why they do that is because UV light gets dispersed, just scattered.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the blue light gets scattered, the UV light gets scattered even more.
Scattering occurs to the 4th power of frequency. So the higher the frequency,
exactly, the higher the frequency. And as I just mentioned, UV has a wavelength of 39 nanometers or greater. So it's going to get scattered a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So the real reason why that is all he got, and that is after I put it into Photoshop and applied levels to it to try and increase the contrast somewhat. There is no contrast because there is so much UV coming into the camera.
Yeah.
Over the however many miles it is off to the Isle of Man, the sensor is just saturated with the UV stuff, and it just removes all of the contrast that you would expect to see in all, because you just, you're just getting a lot of random background stuff.
Yep.
Lighting the sensor up, essentially. So yeah, Riley, you won't actually be able to take decent video using yes, the infrared spectrum stuff would be mildly useful, but unless you put a really good quality UV filter on the front of that camera, and I'm sorry, when I say a reasonably good UV filter on the front of that camera, I'm talking about a filter that's going to cost upwards of £100 or 200 of your Aussie dollars, at least.
Yep.
And that will also then degrade the quality of the image that you will see, because that lens, that lens on the P1000 isn't super duper.
Yep.
You want Nikon's really good 600mm focal length lens. You're paying around $12,000
Yep.
for it. That's So yeah, Riley, you will never get a decent picture through that camera while you don't have a UV filter on it.
It is such a, you put your fingers on at least two central points, one of which I've addressed earlier, which is that you need to know what you're doing technically in a great many areas of human endeavor. And photography is as much one of those as piloting is. You, in order to get really good results, good high quality results, you need to know your instrument and you need to know what you're doing with your instrument. The other aspect is that, these people, they are fixated with the concept of doing experiments, but they don't know how to do an experiment. They don't know how to assess the effects of the instruments that they've chosen. They don't know how to assess the effects of the setup that they've chosen. Spur's video has him wafting a vacuum nozzle behind some car with a balloon attached to it, and he claims that this is some experiment, some physical demonstration. What are you experimenting with? What is the point of this experiment? What are you measuring? Where are the detailed measurements of this? What are the uncertainties on your measurements of this, of the various parameters involved? What is going on? Where is the documentation for it? And he has no concept that he is just wasting everybody's time with.
I hadn't even got to the second half of.
No, okay. Well, carry on because I finished.
Problems.
Yep.
Okay. The second problem he has is that this thing called lateral chromatic aberration. It means that the blue light is refracted more than the red light, which is refracted more than the infrared.
Yep.
So it means that the blue light ends up being generally when you focus a lens, you're aiming to hit focus on the green because that's the mid-band spectrum.
Yep.
And then I've got to get this the right way round. the red light doesn't get refracted as much.
Yep.
So the red light ends up focused in front of the sensor slightly.
No, the other way around, Alan.
Behind the sensor.
Yeah.
Behind the sensor.
And, and the blue light ends up focused in front. Yep.
In front.
Yeah.
And ideally, you can make the lateral chromatic aberration really small by using clever lens elements.
Yep.
But it's always kind of there. But what you're ideally doing is, we all realise that the sensor is a although it's a plane, it is essentially a three-dimensional object. Even film is a three-dimensional object. So as long as you can reduce the chromatic aberration to essentially the depth of the sensing, whatever the sensor is, you're not going to see too much of a problem. But infrared has always been a problem, because obviously that's actually focusing even further in than the red light.
Yep. So it's always going to be fuzzy.
To the point that all manual focus lenses used to have an infrared marker. You have the marker to tell you the distance that's in focus based on the distance ring around the lens, and they would have a separate marker if you are using infrared film.
Right.
So to allow you to adjust the focus to allow for the fact that the infrared is being focused further in.
Okay.
So he can't he's not going to get the visible and the infrared critically in focus in one shot.
Yep.
It's not a problem when you're using wide angle lenses, because the depth of field is, we also have depth of field, and depth of field is going to be big enough that you're not, that if you're not critically viewing the image, you are not really going to see a problem. Which is, and also of course when you're using wide angle lenses and looking at stuff that's close up, is why you tend not to notice the UV issue that that he's getting with these with the telephoto shots. Telephoto shots, higher magnification, therefore less depth of field.
Yep.
Because depth of field is essentially based on magnification above all else. So he's going to have issues trying to get the eye, on these long range issues trying to get the IR and the visible focused together. Ideally, if you're trying to use the infrared to get to get information out of something, you will actually put a visible spectrum blocking filter on the lens.
Right.
So that you're only working in the IR.
Yep.
Again, they are horrendously expensive and wouldn't be worth putting onto a camera like a P1000 because the lens quality is meh.
Okay.
It
feels
it's an expensive camera. The P1000 is really good at it's good at high magnification stuff, but it's not a super duper camera. It's a barely above average camera. It's essentially got the sensor out of a phone in it.
Right. Okay. Well, it feels a lot, as whether or not it's a great camera or not, it feels a lot like he has tragically vandalized an instrument and rendered it unfit for the purpose that he's trying to use it for.
He got somebody to wreck it for him.
Yeah. I don't think he could have wrecked it himself.
Bet your boots he didn't do it.
It's obviously he didn't do it. It still works.
Exactly.
because even with my knowledge of electronics and everything else, I wouldn't want to take one of my cameras apart and remove the filter stack from it.
Right. I think Irish Stew in the chat just hit the nail on the head. The P1000 is a wonderful camera for wedding photos.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and that's what it's designed for. It's not designed for half of the crap that the flat earthers are trying to make it do, e.g., focus in on a planet. It's designed so that you can do extreme close-ups of birds, of butterflies, and wedding photography and stuff like that.
Not even that. Not in a professional manner.
I never said professional.
It's what I would call an okay snapshot camera, especially if you need to zoom in on stuff that's a long way away.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is going to give you a level of quality that the average person is going to be happy with.
It's hard for me to ignore Professor Dave's observation that it seems like Flat Earth might be sponsored by Nikon, right?
They
I
are.
hate to agree.
I've held that opinion for a long time.
It does seem to benefit rather a lot from Flat Earth, doesn't it?
Yeah, I blame Nikon for it. Absolutely.
And if Blue blames Nikon, then I'm going to side with him every single time.
I don't think Nikon would see the joke. I think they would be horrified.
I'm sure Flat Earthers have got shares in the Nikon company.
Yeah. It just seems like, the basic element of any observation is knowing the limitations of your instrumentation. So if you are trying to observe distance with make observations of distance with a tape measure, for instance, the fact that the tape measure sags over longer distances is an important source of error that you should be trying to compensate for. But the idea that error is in any sense a part of observation just seems to elude flat earthers completely. And it is this profound ignorance of what science is about that really handicaps them, because it seems like they are genuinely trying to do scientific experiments. They're just so incredibly inept at it that it comes out as a joke. They are just incapable of properly formulating an experimental methodology.
Well, it seems to me that they have this idea in their head that if you're not able to make a measurement with no error whatsoever, then you can't make the measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just it's absolute insane way of looking at things.
Yeah.
I mean, every measurement has an error in it.
Yes, every single one. Yep.
There is no such thing as a perfect measurement. What's important to understand is where those errors are and how large they are.
Yep. And their refusal to accept that leads them down a bunch of rabbit holes. It leads them to just make the most insane claims about what's going on.
Well, since we're running...
On the other hand, yes?
I was trying to butt in on you in between your full stops on your sentence.
All right, go ahead, butt in.
You sure? Am I allowed to?
I'm going to be silent a little bit while I make another entry on the Terry being a dick calendar.
Oh shit! I gotta watch what I say from now on, don't I?
No, not at all. I prattle a lot, so cutting me off is a public service.
Blue. I was gonna bring something up about that.
He wants to show his balls off.
No, I've got it here. I've got it ready.
I'm trying to figure out how to get these damn things to stop sticking together every time.
Yeah. Blue. Look, I'll show you
We're gonna get demonetized now.
See?
Terry, I told you can't show Blues. You can't show Blues balls.
I'm showing
on
the experiment that the gravity works. Look, 2 lead balls stuck together. Then I was going to say, there's Blue's saggy balls.
There you go.
Well spoken. Well spoken, sir.
Okay, back to you, Blue. You can.
And what mighty shiny balls you've got there, Blue.
Yeah.
Blue's going to spend a lot of spare time polishing his balls.
More than he does already. Finally.
I was having great fun playing with that yesterday, trying to see how that little beam reacted without any suspension wires on it. Didn't sag quite as much as I thought it would.
Oh, back again. Yeah, that's what you're talking
about.
Yeah, that crazy thing. That's the way Cavendish built his, and it's as close as I can come.
Yeah. What type of wood do you got there?
To the dimensions. That's pine. I'm not sure what. Cavendish never said what he used for that, but it was obviously a low density sort of wood. Well, the idea is you want to keep the weight of that thing as minimal as possible because of the inertia, and because that's going to affect the frequency of the vibrations. So mine is coming out almost right on top of what weight-wise, what Cavendish reported his to be. That beam right there weighs 113 grams. So not much. It's amazingly strong though for something that light.
Yeah.
You're going to use one piece of wood. That's a couple of pieces of pine, isn't it?
No, that's one piece.
Maybe I've zoomed
You
in too
understand,
far.
of course, that you are manipulating, one of my distant relatives.
Really?
I am what, 50% related to pine trees or something like that.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, that old chestnut.
Yes, 50% of human DNA is related to trees or something like that.
Yeah, if you trace it back far enough, yeah. So I reckon.
Was that Aaron Ra that got Hobind on the?
Yes, I believe it was.
Elephants and pine trees.
Yep. Yeah, they're all related.
Is that where the term family?
You see that little short piece I got laying there? That's where I started. I took just a rectangular piece, go out to the end of it, and you can see the profile. There you go. I just took a rectangular piece of wood and milled that thing to that T shape with a bunch of planing work and stuff. I got a video where I was doing all that, and then I tapered it from the center out to each end, and that's why the end of the thing, when you see where the ball is hanging out there, you see.
Oh, is that why it tapers to a point? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what threw me off.
But that's structurally the exact.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you would. That's how you would do any kind of structural member like that. The strength needs to be back up, not out there on the end, back toward the fixed point. Yeah. So it's about 1.25 inches wide in the center, and it tapers down to about 0.3 of an inch at each end. I just did it with a hand plane. Kept fiddling around till I got it balanced. Oh, damn, there's my plane sitting on its cutting edge.
Oh, no, Blue.
Oh no, Blue!
You can't do. You're not allowed to do that. You get into trouble.
Lucky it's on a wooden bench.
Yeah, how dare me set a tool designed to cut wood down on a piece of wood.
I think they were kind of anal about that when I was doing woodwork at school, simply because people would leave all sorts of shit on the bench.
Right, exactly.
And
I don't like laying them on the side because the lateral adjuster on that plane can get knocked out of line real easy.
Blue, this would be a good idea, you know. Every time we take photos like this, and you go, "Okay, where's my pencil?" and I go, "Yep, that's where it was over there."
There's probably 100 pencils stuck around in that shop out there.
Yeah,
they're all over the place.
Well, we're running so far behind schedule, it's not funny.
That's why I'm laughing.
Yes. I know, we've been going for we've got 3 hours on the clock here, and we haven't even got anywhere near where we would be by now. I might miss out on a little bit of shilling some videos. I think Pip's got a story that we could probably end with that anyway. But we can pick out media derp or
Pip's been
quiz.
very quiet.
Are you interrupting me, Tony, in the middle of my sentence?
No, that was Blue.
Good answer.
Oh, my buddy. Can't believe my buddy did that to me. Can't believe it.
Well, I figured that your accent was actually the least likely to be confused from mine, so I thought that was the most implausible story I could tell. So,
Tony, you're that bloke that when all your mates were lined up and someone goes, "We need a volunteer," you'd be the guy that took a step back, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
You know how I stop people from interrupting me, Tony?
Do you kick them off your channel?
Okay, now where was I? We will either pick between doing some media dirt from Paul, or we'll do a bit of a quiz if Pip's around.
Not funny.
Hello? I can't hear anyone. What's going on here?
You can only hear the ones who realise that you muted everybody.
Yeah, I'm here.
And that they've unmuted. Pip's here.
We can reduce the quiz and fit in a little bit of... You got any dirt, Paul?
Yeah, it depends how long you want it to go. It's a bit different today, but yeah, I do have if you want.
Okay, we'll do dirt. We'll do a little quiz, and if we can shill anyone's video we find. I did have Blue's video that I wanted to show. I think there was a video, wasn't there, Blue? The last video or something? I think you had something for something. Do I have to unmute everyone?
Right.
Yeah, I'll unmute people so they know whether they can talk.
I already realised that, Terry.
Yeah, I know. It's the ones that didn't realise that they can unmute themselves. Has Blue got...
Hello?
I'll just check for Blue. I thought Blue had a video. Somebody did. Remember there was one video that I wanted to play. Oh, there's a Pip one here, 102. Well, two
Pip,
for that.
Pip did one this morning.
Yeah, I'll grab that for later, so I won't forget. You got to have a lot of tabs open, I heard. So, Tony, if you want to learn about flat Earth research and stuff, you got to have a lot of tabs open.
Yep.
Okay, well, I won't need that one.
I guess
I'll put Blue's balls. I'll put Blue's balls away. I don't need them.
Terry, I guess I'll just do mine as a premiere just after we finish this then.
Yeah. Okay. Where was I? That's that. I thought there was a. Well, you go first, Paul, and then I think Pip said she had some questions, but she can probably halve the amount. Go for a time. We've got it's 3:09 now, so we'll see how we go by
you
half
set a
past.
timer and I'll go to you tell me.
Yeah.
When we start.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll start mine then.
Yeah, you can.
What I thought
I won't interrupt you, Paul. You can go.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Terry, for not interrupting me.
That's fine. That's fine. Just let me know when I interrupt you.
Yeah, all right. What I thought I'd do today is just go through some flat Earth memes, and we can learn from them and have a look at what's wrong with them and what's right with them and stuff like that. So the first one I've got is not really a flat Earth meme. It's more against the flat Earth meme, but it still brings up.
I'll call you back.
Who's that?
I don't know. Somebody's calling.
That's Adric hot miking as usual.
Yeah. So this one here, I thought it brings up a couple of good points, and that is that number one, how come the sun shines like a spotlight like that? Why doesn't it emit radiation in all directions like we know it does? How does it make a round pattern on the Earth like that? I mean, it wouldn't do that normally. And the point that they make here is a very good point, that if we can see the moon all the way across the flat Earth, during the day we can see the moon. That's obvious because we've all looked up in the sky and seen the moon during the day. Then why can't we see the sun at night over the other side of the flat Earth? Because it's even brighter than the moon. So, not a lot makes sense about that flat Earth model in that sense. Not that they have a model anyway, but this is the most often claimed.
You said
one,
the wrong word there, Paul.
Yeah.
You said sense. You said sense.
Yeah, exactly. So I just thought that was interesting, that one. All right, next one. Yeah. Careful. You are nearing the edge of the flat Earth. One false step could be your last. Number of people lost to date, 0.
Exactly.
Yeah. Clever is. Yeah. All right, this one here. Yeah. Another photo that NASA does not want you to see.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. So, we've got the crepuscular rays here showing a nice local sun. We've got angels carrying around the luminaries.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know how this one works because I don't know where the night part of this flat Earth is.
No, there's no night.
There's no night on this flat Earth apparently.
No.
The whole Earth is lit. It's
daytime.
Daytime everywhere.
Daytime, no night.
Daytime. Right. Yeah, flat Earthers be like, the horizon's flat, but you know how they love adjusting photos and bringing up artifacts in photos and stuff. Yeah, well, when you adjust this one, you get a square sun and you get chunky looking Minecraft clouds.
Yeah, Minecraft Earth.
Yeah. I thought this one was good too. The comment at the bottom I thought was good. We'll leave that for a moment. Damn Science 100. The only proof you need that the Earth isn't flat is likely in your hand right now. If flat earthers were right, cell phones would be scientifically impossible. And that's right.
Yeah.
And then some smarty at the bottom has said, yeah, true, because in Minecraft you don't have a cell phone. Clever. I like this one here. This is a common misconception that flat earthers have. If the moon is up in space, how are we able to see the blue sky through it? It's the other way around. That's because we're seeing it through the blue sky, not the blue sky through it. And shouldn't it look like this? Well, no. I mean, why would you see a black part like that? I mean, we've got the sky scattering light everywhere. So why wouldn't it scatter light to make that Yeah.
They think the moon is inside the atmosphere with us, inside the
Yeah.
and the dome that makes it blue.
Ah, okay.
Because that's the waters. That's the dome holding back the waters above, isn't it? Which is why we see it in blue, because the sky is blue because of the waters above.
Yeah, I've always wanted to know if there are fish in the waters above.
God created the waters above before he created fish. So
okay.
That doesn't make any sense. God damn it.
Been,
have you not read this book?
Would have been too much hard work to create that many fish to fill up the waters outside, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised that that none of them have ever come up with this theory. Introducing the flat sun theory, because that would allow obviously the moon to get in between the Earth and the sun, and also the Earth to get in between the moon and the sun. So,
that makes perfect sense.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. So maybe they've got it wrong. Maybe it is a globe Earth, but a flat sun. And that's why we see the same. That's why we seem to see the same face of the sun all the time. Which we don't.
I actually thought about it. I have thought about this. Yeah. I really have. And I've never mentioned it because I was scared to death that damn Stingray would make a model of it.
And make it work.
Yes,
you change the laws of physics and make it work.
Yeah. Well, you know, light does fall off to a cube function, doesn't
it? Yeah. So how can someone see this and then looking at the crepuscular rays, but believe this? Well, a bit of a straw man and still think flat earthers are crazy. Well, a bit of a straw man because we don't believe in that. We don't believe in a model that's that compact. You know, the planets are much more spread out than that, aren't they? Of course.
It'd be cool at night time to see the planets like that if they're right.
Much tinier in relation to the size of the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
When the planets might almost be roughly to the right.
Yeah. And by the way, like
each other, but they're definitely not anything close to being correct to the size of the sun.
Yeah, and like, how can you have crepuscular rays showing the sun to be directly above one place in the Earth when at the same time crepuscular rays in another location apparently indicate that it's above that location as well at the same time? So no.
I've got time-lapse video that essentially shows crepuscular rays coming out of the clouds horizontally, because you can see the shadows, and then rotating around the sky.
Yeah. So as the clouds move, the crepuscular rays will move. So yeah. And because the sun's only just risen, the sun is technically level with the clouds as far as the protons are concerned, traveling in their nice straight lines. So you do literally see the crepuscular shadows running across the sky. Oh, I think it's really rather nice. Yeah. Okay, I like this one too. Let's go through this one. The Flat Earth Society wins a free trip to space. Cheer up, gang. Even though it appears we were wrong, at least we won this free space tour, right? And then, okay, Mission Control, we get it. You can fly us home. You can fly us down now. Mission Control?
That's the B arc. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the B arc, exactly.
I'm going to say just as long as it's not full of telephone sanitizers.
Yeah, that's right.
Especially given the current situation.
Yeah. Earth spins, water sticks on it. Clothes spin, water flies off. I don't know. Yeah, and it just shows their common misconception that the accelerations are totally different in the two situations. That the forces involved in the spinning of the clothes is far greater than the forces involved in the spinning of the Earth.
Imagine star trails if we were spinning as fast as they did. I think we did.
Yeah. I thought this one was, I put this one in because it indicates the level of education when you have to start by reading when a globe heads tells you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like can't even get the English right in it. You are hanging upside down, spinning at 1,040 miles per hour. It's funny, isn't it? They always quote the spinning speed in miles per hour, you know, whereas it's only that many miles per hour in a linear direction at the equator, you know. Why don't they ever quote that it's spinning at 0 miles per hour at the poles? Yeah. And orbiting the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. Well, if it's orbiting the sun, well, at least, yeah, they got that bit right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can't feel it. And the reason why we can't feel it is because the acceleration is so small. The Flat Brain Society.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that one.
That is good.
You think these guys even know what a radian is?
Yeah.
Like, our radial velocity should be measured in radians per second, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think they know what a radian is?
No.
For this calculation? Okay.
That barely can comprehend degrees, Tony, let alone radians. Meanwhile, at the South Pole. Yeah.
I like it.
That's actually pretty good.
I thought that was a clever photo to take. Yeah,
that is a clever photo to take. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the photographer hanging on to?
Yeah, exactly. In 1980, I bet there will be flying cars in the future. 2017, we have a sign that reads. So obviously a flat earther has put up a sign at the beach. Oh dear.
Yeah, so
Eric DeBay, 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball. I couldn't even sit through all of that. It was so boring. It put me to sleep every time I tried to listen to that.
Well, there aren't 200 because most of them just copy each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Gotta love this solar eclipse. I chose this one for a number of reasons. Can you guess why I chose this one?
Yeah, that's the flat Earth solar eclipse.
Yep.
Well, it's not a solar eclipse anyway.
No.
I mean,
it's a solar eclipse.
Yeah.
It's a lunar eclipse, yeah. So if you can't even understand the model enough to get the terminology right, yeah. Yeah. We know that the Earth is flat, but if the sun is a star, why isn't it like this?
Oh, God.
That is a damn good question.
Well, that is a good question, isn't it? Yeah, there's a
good
question. We should study this.
Yeah, that's right. Crazy how nature does that. All the other planets are spheres, but the Earth is flat, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. At least this one got the lunar eclipse right. Beautiful lunar eclipse from our flat Earth.
That looks about right.
What's the turtle
elephant? Yeah.
It's turtles all the way
turtles
down.
all the way down.
Yep.
Yeah.
God damn
that's
it.
Right.
It's flying.
And that's one giant turtle.
Great chewing.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir. This seat is exclusive for disabled people. The Earth is flat. Okay, sorry to bother you, sir.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That is a good one.
Yeah. If the Earth was a globe, water flows to the lowest point.
Sadly, that seems to be the mental image that a lot of them have.
Yeah, I know.
South
That's
is
why.
down. It's
Yeah. Exactly. It seems to be a common theme, doesn't it? That the gravity always acts in the one direction, downwards, and downwards is towards the bottom of the picture. Yeah. Yeah.
It is the weirdest possible. It's the weirdest possible. While I was debating with Keith and Rachie, Keith asked, is it possible that mass attracts mass and the Earth is flat? And if I were to try and maintain that the Earth was flat, I would not be asserting that mass does not attract mass. They seem like completely separate questions as far as I'm concerned. And again, this I just don't understand the mindset that they're in about, well, gravity is independent of Earth. Obviously, the bottom in inverted commas of the globe is downwards as far as everybody is concerned. It doesn't follow. It doesn't make a lick of sense. It doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't gel. I don't compute.
They don't see that the direction of down is defined in reference to something. It's just like down is down, and because it's down,
But Tony, the problem they have, the problem there is that if mass does attract mass, then a planar Earth would have no, because of its size and mass, would have no other option but to collapse into a sphere.
Yeah, unless it has infinite material strength, right?
Yeah.
But that seems like less of a violation of the laws of physics than what they've than the concept that mass doesn't attract mass.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It doesn't make a lick of sense either way. But if I were going to go down this route, I would be considering the reality of mass attracting mass. I would just say that the physical strength of the structure we're on is infinitely large. That seems like a less or arbitrarily large. It may have some finite strength, but it's higher than whatever you're proposing at the moment. I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
Doesn't make a lot of sense either way, but that's where I would go.
It would also have to be infinitely large, because otherwise,
yes,
you have weird effects going on near the edges.
Yep. No, you're exactly right. So near the edges, gravity would, if the Earth were only a finite size, then, as you say, the gravity would be pulling towards the center of the disk, and so you'd be standing at an angle as you move to the edge. So the Earth would have to be, but at least there's some element of plausibility to this, right? I mean, it's not completely implausible.
Yeah. The thing I don't get
then we just have to deal with all of the proofs we have that the Earth is actually round, right?
Yeah. The thing I don't get is why they're so hell bent on excluding gravity. Like they say they'll exclude it because they can't feel it, they can't see it, they can't touch it, they can't taste it, blah 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 blah, and so therefore it doesn't exist. And but they're quite happy to accept magnetism. And in fact they'll propose magnetism as the causes of many things, and yet it's the same sort of thing. You can't feel it, you can't touch it, you can't taste it, you can't smell it.
Gravity is an unphysical force because it is unexplained mass. It is unexplained action at a distance. But electromagnetism is okay? Is that what you're suggesting?
Fundamentally, if you keep on looking into the cause of it, even that is unexplainable right down at the very, like what is level. So it's just a matter of how far down the chain you go as to where you arrive at a point where you can't explain something,
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, we'll move on. Terry will get, I thought this
Terry will get snippy and he'll mute me again.
Yeah. If Earth isn't flat, why are cars like this and not like this? Well, if they were like that, they'd be pretty small. It would have to be a pretty small Earth, wouldn't it?
Oh God! When I thought
Would those wheels even touch the ground?
If it was curved.
when I thought I hadn't seen the dumbest possible argument,
Yeah,
somebody
I mean, who knows?
comes up.
Who knows? Maybe the cars are curved a fraction, like a couple of nanometers over their length to account for the curvature of the Earth. Who says they're not? Yeah, exactly. This common one too. You guys saying the Earth is round or flat are being hidden from the truth that it's pear-shaped. Yes, we know what Grass Tyson said, don't we? Yeah. I like this one too. They know you live on a flat Earth. They just don't want you to know that. And the little writing in this says a hot spot of sunlight indicating a light source closer than 93 million miles away. Well, my question to them here would be, if it's a hot spot, why can't we go out and measure the temperature there and show it to be hotter than elsewhere? Funny about that, isn't it? That the temperature seems to be uniform across there, even though the sun's shining on it like that. It's not a hot spot; it's a specular reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People just don't get specular reflections, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you just suggest that flat earthers are people? You said people don't get. Okay.
Yeah.
No, Tony, I was actually suggesting that a lot of very normal people also don't.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's.
Technically, they are people. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't accept that. I think that most of them are very plausible Muppets.
Hang on, to be a Muppet,
they're not people.
That means they've got somebody's hand up there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's probably the case for a lot of them.
That I would believe. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's singularly more plausible.
If we were living on a giant ball, airplanes would constantly have to dip its nose down all the time. If not, it would fly itself over 80,000 feet up in just half an hour. Yeah, that just shows a common misconception that they don't understand how airplane flight works when they say things like this.
They don't understand forces.
Yeah. No, that's right. Yeah, they don't understand lift and stuff like that.
But then neither do a lot of people unless you
that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and all you need to do. The only thing you need to do the only thing you need to do to debunk this is just say, have you ever watched a jet land at an airport? You know, it doesn't come in with its nose down, does it? No.
Or you simply respond by saying, no, that wouldn't work because the engines wouldn't have anything to push off.
Yeah. I like this one. It's silly, but Earth is flat. It just spins very fast, creating an illusion of being round. Well, number one, you wouldn't get an image like that on it if it was spinning around rapidly like that, would you?
But that is significantly more plausible. That is a significantly more plausible explanation than a lot of flat earther explanations. I will give it that.
The only consequence of that, of course, would be that the people on the right-hand side of that there would be feeling a much heavier than the people on the left-hand side. Yeah.
Actually, Paul, you could do that if you also were able to check if you could, because you could spin it in. You could spin it on more. You could spin it in multiple. Like that way and the other way, so that it's like
spin it like a disc as well as spinning it around like flipping a coin.
Yeah, so like when you get a spin a coin on a desk and you see it start to.
But Alan, that's then two vectors, Alan.
Yeah, and then of course you would also have to have you also have to have the image on the surface changing really rapidly too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But that would then turn a 2D object into a 3D image.
Yeah. Okay, this one here. Yeah, if the Earth were round, planes could not land safely. These is how planes land in runways safely because Earth is flat. Not very good at English there, but yeah, it's a common misconception, isn't it? You know, and I just want to know how that plane got outside of the dome. You know.
Yeah.
Oh dear, dear.
Yeah, that's right. And where is all that water going to?
And how's it being replaced?
Yeah, exactly. I like this one for a number of reasons. It's really derpy. This would be the world if Isaac Newton had not invented gravity. Yeah, like if you as if gravity only started to function when he thought of it. You know, like no,
Well,
no. And
come on, Paul, you know that all you need to do to be able to fly without any is forget to hit the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
you've got to miss
throw yourself at the ground and
and
miss. That's
it's just falling with style, isn't it?
But you do also remember that gravity was made obsolete in approximately 1915 thanks to Einstein.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I like this. I like the bottom half of this too. They've got a picture of who saying equals MC squared. Tesla. Well, it wasn't Tesla.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Einstein.
Tesla. Yeah, it wasn't Tesla that invented E equals MC squared. And then right at the very bottom, 3081 AC to 1602 DC.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
AC/DC, don't you know? Have
So-
you heard of them before?
Yeah, it's so wrong on a lot of levels.
Oh, is he back in black?
Yeah.
Or should I
Anyway, and there we are back at the start. So
Oh, thank you
there
very
you
much.
go.
That was
Thank you so much.
Thought it was a bit
Thank you
different.
so much for introducing me to idiocy I hadn't previously suspected existed.
Oh, that's
and
barely scratched the surface.
destroying my faith in humanity in the process.
Yeah.
Well,
I
just
will
realised why
pretend that I appreciate it, even though I deeply resent it. So, yeah.
I kind of get the reference to Tesla because they're always referencing Tesla and his free energy.
Yeah.
Isn't-
Yeah.
Oh, I think I've seen this video before. They do take it up rather high.
That's at 4. Well, 22 to 14 is not much difference, so I'll jump it ahead. We'll get up to into the hundreds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going some, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. 200. I hope no one's epileptic watching this. So we'll jump ahead.
Yeah.
We'll go up to near, what's the next? That's 400. We'll go up to near the 500.
Not epileptic, but geez, I'm getting dizzy.
So at 14
Not
you
sure
could
if
follow.
anybody else.
So at 14 you could follow the rotation, but it's getting a bit weird now.
I was going to say you eventually get to the point where the
No spoilers.
You've not even got the idle speed yet.
Okay, we're into the 700. We'll jump up to 1,000.
You spin me right round, baby. Right round.
Like a record.
I was thinking more of you make me dizzy.
But that thing's still under warranty.
What, the
Like
camera?
a whirlpool.
Yeah, we'll
It's-
jump.
it
We'll
never
jump. We'll jump
ends.
straight to the last speed.
It's the ultimate stress test for the camera, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1800. My turbo don't really get up to speed until 3000 RPM.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, what you have to consider is that a video camera usually has a fixed shutter speed.
I don't have to consider anything. You can't make me think you're not the boss of me.
You have to consider that a video camera is usually limited to a shutter speed that is a period of time that is half of the frame rate. Now, given that the frame rate for most webcam type,
You can't make me think, Alan. I told you before.
It's 30 frames a second.
You're giving Tony a
The shutter
headache.
speed will be a 60th of a second. At 18,000, at 1,800 revolutions per minute, how many times is that going round in 1/60th of a second?
Oh, don't make me do math.
A few.
Run out of fingers.
Too hot to think.
Yeah. It's hardly surprising it's just a big blur.
Well, speaking of thinking, we might do a little bit of a quiz for a little while, and then we can. I think we'll
Does
go
that
for.
involve thinking?
No, you don't
It
have
might.
to think for this.
Okay.
Hold on. Who? Oh, that was Jose. Oh, hello, Jose. Nice to see you in the chat.
Oh, Jose's out there. Hey, Jose.
Jose's out there, yeah.
That's the second time I've seen Jose today. He was
Today?
hanging out in MC Toon's chat earlier.
Oh.
Yeah, I know he streamed early last night, and I was surprised.
Yeah.
I've never actually. I have to confess that I've never actually seen one of Jose's streams, so I feel like an inferior human being as a result.
They tend to be in the middle of your night is the problem.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been on there a couple of times at night time, but it's too late. Too late at night.
It's too late.
Tony, I may have woken up at 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, okay.
And,
yeah, she was on there.
Still going.
Okay.
I'll just jump on the chat then.
Yep.
Jose
You may have woken up.
Jose has done it in the daytime, in our afternoon. I think it's afternoonish time.
Done it in the daytime sounds like a really bad porn movie, actually. But do carry on.
Look, you. If you
No, that's not a bad. No, if it said anal sluts, that would be a really bad porn movie. Done it in the day.
Jose's done it in the daytime. Sounds on a par with Debbie Does Dallas. I'm just saying. No reflection on Jose, who I am sure is a wonderful human being.
Nighttime.
Daytime. What's the bin meant? What are we doing at the moment? Oh, garden waste, green bins.
I got no idea what Jose's talking about.
Save us,
Who said anything to the analogies of spinning Earth? I just thought it was a cool video.
Oh, well said.
Who you telling to shut up?
Nobody. He said,
Me.
Save us, and I went,
Me.
shut the frick up then.
Everyone.
She's telling me to shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Tony.
Were you telling Tony to shut up while he's interrupting me in the middle of my sentence?
Yes.
I would never.
I reckon it's question time, isn't it, Terry?
Well, in the middle of that sentence that I was trying to get out, Jose was trying to say that we were. What was he saying? That spinning video was not an analogy to Earth. We need a faster spinning one. Well, yes, you could look at that for that reason, but I just thought it was a cool video of a spinning GoPro and a lathe. That's all I thought.
Not really. The Earth spins at what 7.3 times 10 to the minus 5 radians per second.
Correct.
One rotation, 24 hours. That's
yeah.
really, really slow.
Carl,
really
it's
slow.
In the words of our favourite Bob, no doubt.
Yeah.
Carl,
15 degrees an hour.
Yeah.
Carl's got a computer model of the Earth rotating in real time. It's really boring to watch, though.
Yeah.
So do I. It's called Google Earth.
Yeah, but they have asked, flat earthers have asked in the past, well, why isn't there a camera up there filming the Earth and showing it rotating? Oh, well, A, what's the point? And B, just how boring would that be to watch?
And C, there is.
Well, there is that as well, yes. C, there is. But that would involve admitting that satellites are real.
I think probably
I'm going to be right back again.
Finding an orbit that would be sun-stationary. Is that what they call it?
Bloody Sable Eagle coming out with the...
So that you can actually see the Earth moving underneath the camera rather than it being geostationary and...
you park at one of the Lagrange points, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can.
Yeah. You see, Jose, you don't measure rotation in miles per hour.
No. Radians per second, or maybe...
Yeah, radians per second is the preferred unit of measurement, because that way the form for centrifugal acceleration is relatively simple and straightforward.
Oh.
I was talking to somebody whose name I am not able to divulge. There you are. I am working in confidence with somebody who was discussing centrifugal force only today, who did not want to admit that they are pretty much ignorant of the mathematical form of centrifugal force. But, don't you worry, Irish demon. Your secret is safe with me.
Oh, no. Could you possibly have been talking to... No, I won't say it.
Was it the M, the V, or the R that was giving them the problem?
It was so there's a particular video that goes on about how if the rotation of the Earth was real, then this force would be detectable. And I said, and I in my discussion I discussed the magnitude of centrifugal force as applied to the Earth, and showed that it's less than 0.03 meters per second or something like that. Meters per second squared, yeah. So it's just so tiny compared to all of the other effects that you would need to take into account. Wind, air resistance, anything else. They're just so much larger than this particular force is.
Bit like Coriolis for a lot.
Okay, who's sharing?
That's me.
Oh, that's okay.
Ah.
And I did it.
As long as it was you, Blue, that's okay. You can do it anytime.
Blimey.
Okay, thank you.
That's a fossil, isn't it? Is that AutoCAD 2000i?
Yeah, it is.
Blimey.
So if we draw a circle and we break a quadrant of it up into 10-degree increments, and we draw a little line out here that's 9.8 units in length, okay, which is what that line is. Back to the circle there, and we take a look at it. That would be the gravity vector. And this little thing right here is centrifugal force.
Yep.
And you get a resultant vector over here, which you notice is not quite in line with this vector. It is down at the equator, but it's not here. Right?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to cause a problem, doesn't it? I mean, why doesn't all the water go running off toward the equator? Because there's a horizontal component of force now. But there's an amazing thing about the Earth, fellas and girls. The damn thing's not a sphere; it's an ellipsoid.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And this is the thing.
And that vector is always normal to the surface of that ellipsoid.
Yep. So on, I forget which stream it was, but they were talking about they showed a video by, it was on NC Toon's channel earlier today. They were showing a video by Multi TomTom where Multi TomTom was saying, if the Earth is rotating towards the east, then there ought to be a big pile of water. On the western shore, and obviously there isn't. Therefore, the Earth isn't rotating. There actually is. This is called western intensification. If you look at boundary current calculations for oceans, there is a western boundary intensification as a result of Earth's rotation towards the east. So there is this effect. It has been quantified and it is observed because it does slow down Earth's rotation. This reaction force against the western side of the ocean basins. It's just, like they go, well, it is so often the case that they go, well, if the Earth were actually spherical and this model worked, then this would be the case. Well, yes. Yeah, you're right. It is the case. It's just a lot smaller than you think it is. The regularity with which this comes up as a response to flat Earth points kind of boggles me. But that's because I am naive and stupid, I guess, rather than.
Hey, Alan, can we get a sound bite of a bell for Tony?
Yeah. Again, unfortunately, I can't run my thingy.
Oh, it doesn't have to be now. For next time.
Well, once I get the computer fixed, then I can run all my the software.
Unless we get Tony to get his own bell.
Yeah, but that'd be no good because Tony's not going to ring his own bell, is he?
Oh, okay.
I am morally opposed to ringing my own bell on a public stream.
Okay.
I think that would be unethical.
Okay.
But really, Terry should have the bell. Because
Terry should have the bell.
Yeah, I should have a
Terry
bell.
could ring the bell on any of us.
Yeah.
You can mute me at any point,
No, I don't just mute you. I just go mute all.
Okay.
He's really hard on it.
Well, I kind of think that I deserve to be muted more than Pip deserves to be muted, or Blue deserves to be muted. So,
Well,
I think you're being unfair.
Pip is waiting to do the quiz.
Which might be.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Well, I'm ready.
Hours.
I've been ready for the last 2 hours.
Best to get the chat up and make sure I type in the right box.
Yeah, type in the right box, Alan. We'll go for. I think we can squeeze half an hour in to see how we go. So it's nearly 4.
Okay.
We're nearly gone for 3 hours and 53 minutes. Shit, that's a long time.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. We're not on my channel, Tony. We've gone for what, 7 hours, 8 hours at a time.
Try expressing it in terms of years and see how long it is then.
Thank you. Question 1.
Hey.
Yay, Pip.
What is the SB velocity non-lagging slide?
Who was the science advisor on the first Star Trek film?
Ooh.
No, an actual person, the science advisor.
I put it in the chat, so
You put it in the wrong chat, yes.
yeah, I am putting it in the wrong chat.
It's wrong anyway.
Is it?
It's
No.
wrong anyway, so that's okay.
Fleetwood Mac.
But I've helped out.
And you all think Finchy was here?
Where is Finchy?
Don't know. Somebody's answering for him.
Now, if they bring up, if you start getting
Nicholas Copernicus. That's who it was.
Let me think of a clue. He kind of made the rules up about robots.
Oh.
Him.
Yeah.
Oh, Carlon, don't get into that. I'd make my head hurt. I'd have to think of math.
Yeah, well done, Dora. And Farmer's Isaac Asimov was the science advisor on the first Star Trek film.
Cool.
Oh, hang on. Lost it. Right.
I'm sure it was Spock.
No, who's the science officer?
Oh, that's what I got wrong.
What does a sinophobe fear?
What?
Sinophobe. SCYNOPHOBE. I always put that out.
SCI.
CY.
SCY.
No S. CY.
CY.
CYNOPHOBE. Sinophobe.
Glad we're thinking the same, Terry.
Well, that was the obvious answer.
Not a clue. Trying to think what possible words you could get out of that, but
Oh, be something random.
Oh, there's a breeze. You'll get it.
There's a breeze. I bet it's a
Still doing
dog
it.
breeze.
It's dogs.
Okay.
Oh, wouldn't have got that in a million years.
In a French restaurant, what does plat de jour translate as?
Let's see.
Yep, well done, Dora. And Tony. Well done.
Well, I got the same meaning, I suppose, but the wrong words. Okay.
What is the name of the road system that links 17 capital cities in South America?
Blimey.
Oui, c'est très bien, Dora. That flies. Wait. Yep, nobody in here. Dora got it out there. It's a Pan American highway or the Pan American route.
Oh.
Yeah, I know
What
about.
capitals?
I knew about the Pan American route, but I didn't think it meant that.
Well, you didn't put it in there.
Yeah, just delay the stream there, Terry. You go ahead.
Go with your gut. What capital city's name translates as City of Islam? Yep, well done, Dora again. And Paul, spelling's atrocious, but yeah.
Yeah.
Islamabad.
Islam is bad.
Yeah, that's it. Islam is bad.
Where would you find a planchette?
Can you say that a bit slower?
Sorry. Where would you find a planchette?
Oh, it's just one of those words I used to know.
No.
I think it is that, and I'm trying to remember which bit it is.
Yeah. I can't remember which bit
because they've all got
Yeah,
silly French names.
I'll
They've
go
all
with
got
Dora's
very
answer.
fancy French names.
I'm going with
Yeah,
Dora's
that's
answer.
Yeah. But Romer got it correct. It's on a Ouija board. It's the little
No,
bit.
Dora got it right.
Oh. No, Roma did.
If you ordered unagi in a Japanese restaurant, what would you get? Unagi.
Yeah, I can't
Funny
remember. It's
looks.
so long since I did Japanese.
It is my favourite Japanese dish.
Never tried it.
And we haven't got a decent Japanese restaurant around here.
Wakamamas don't do it.
I'd rather have a curry.
I like Blue's answer.
Something unfit to eat. Get them jellied over here. Definitely unfit to eat. Yep, well done, Dora. And Tony, it's an eel.
My hovercraft is full of eels.
If you have dysmorphia, what do you hate?
God, these questions make you realise just how much stuff you've forgotten.
And also how much stuff you don't know.
No, that yeah, that's right. You hear it and you think, I used to know that. When are we going to get to the day when we can plug memory cards into our brains so we can remember more? When are we going to be able to have cybernetic enhancements?
Yeah, no, farmers, if that happened to me, every time I'd put the card in, it would go, card unable to read.
Please reformat.
Hey, everyone that mentioned your body or a part of your body is correct. It's a body part. So you get body dysmorphia. So you hate something about a certain bit of your body. So whoever, help yourselves. Right. In The Man with the Golden Gun, name Scaramanga's assistant.
The plane. No, I was wrong program.
Yes, well, that was the same actor, but
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah, I think it's
That's it.
I considered myself. Yeah, Farmer's Boy's got it.
because my first guess that I nearly typed in is actually Mate Your Boy from Goldfinger.
Yeah.
George was in The Spy Who Loved Me and Moonraker.
Yeah.
Yes, Jaws, but I haven't seen anything. Farmer's Boy, you haven't entered in. You haven't entered in the name of the guy from. It's Odd Job. From
No. Odd Job was in Goldfinger.
Goldfinger. Yeah. Isn't that what you said?
No, Man with the Golden Gun.
Yes, the Man with the Golden Gun. Obviously, you guys have entered the right name.
Yes.
But I thought you were saying you thought that it was the guy from.
No.
Goldfinger.
No. My first guess before.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, where's that bell?
It's supposed to be fun.
I'll do a virtual bell for you, Terry, if you like.
The answer was knick-knack. Nobody
Knick-knack.
got it out there.
I was nearly going to write Odd Job, and then I thought, no, hang on a minute, that's the wrong bloody film.
Yep.
Name Pluto's moon.
Sorry?
I didn't
Name
hear that.
Pluto's moon.
Oh, sorry.
I still wasn't able to.
Name Pluto's moon.
Yeah, it's that.
I didn't mention guns. Did I mention guns? Dora, well done. First in here, Tony, Sharon. Which group of hobbyists spend the most money on it?
Oh, that's a good question.
Go and buy the prices these days. I'd say it was that.
No idea what that is.
Well, it won't be that then. What, Warhammer 40,000? You see how expensive the figures are.
I don't think you're even in the right ballpark.
No, don't think models or games or anything like that. It's pretty.
It is, however, now that I think about it, it is, however, quite topical.
Hang on.
I'm not sure how many people here are fans of the goodies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Blue will get this one.
Yum, yum.
Ecky Thump.
Ecky Thump. Ecky Thump, incidentally, is the episode of the goodies that ended up killing somebody.
From
But
smacking somebody over the head.
no, he died of laughter. One of the audience died of laughter. In the Ecky Thump episode. Recently, well, over the weekend, I was I was compelled, and I don't know why, to reminisce about the song "Tulips from Amsterdam."
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you remember that goodies episode with the killer cod.
No, the problem is I don't think it's ever been repeated over here.
Okay.
So I remember seeing it the first time round, which is the 70s.
Yep, that's right.
And then we've never seen it again, which is bizarre because
for some reason
over here.
I'm waiting for the answer to the last question.
Yeah, thank you, Terry. The answer is gardeners.
Gardeners. Oh wow.
Well, I'd never guess that because I hate gardening.
Yeah, so do I.
It's a necessary evil.
I was just going to
No, it's not even necessary. It's completely spurious and unnecessary.
The only thing I buy for gardening would be a little bottle that says herbicide on the side.
Yeah.
And that fixes all of your gardening problems.
Burn them.
A little bottle with whiskey on the side will fix your obsession with
anything. Yeah.
Okay,
Pretty
next question, gentlemen.
Oh, that's right. That's right. There's a quiz. Sorry.
That's right.
Shut up.
What?
And sit
what
down.
is the only insect that can turn its head? And this is not up for debate. The answer is the answer.
The only insect that can turn its head.
Yep.
I thought they all could.
I wasn't quick enough to type again. I'm going back to typing shorthand.
Irish Stew and Tony, correct. The praying mantis.
Yeah, I knew the answer. I just couldn't type it quick enough.
In Animal Farm, what kind of creature was Bluebell? Yes, Jane Shoe, a quiz.
I really should.
Might get through it today at some point.
Don't know. It's too long ago.
Yeah.
You'd think so. You'd think it was a cow, but no. The answer has actually been mentioned in another question.
It was not a praying mantis.
She was an eel. She was an eel.
Don't remember there being an eel in Animal Farm.
No, not that.
It just wasn't showing.
Okay, no guessing. Bluebell was a dog.
Dog? We haven't mentioned a dog yet.
Yes, she did. Xenophobe.
Oh, yeah. Okay, give you that.
Geneva stands on what river?
Not sure though. My European geography's a little
wrong.
Rusty.
That's the only river I know of is the one Tony put.
I think that should have actually been.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Ooh, metal slug. No.
Yeah, it's a town it sits on the river, not stands, because the town doesn't have legs.
That's right. And it's no legs.
You've been bloody arseholes today.
We are.
Right, Hads and Alan, well done. It's the Rhone.
The Rhone. Okay.
My bad spelling the first time round was a bit
It's
bad.
okay. Doesn't matter. 61 is the international telephone dialing code for what country?
Not a clue.
Ooh. This is a typing speed test.
Yeah.
Don't know. I
More
don't phone
than
abroad.
anything else.
Certainly don't phone that country.
You
with
should,
question marks.
you should have just done. You should have just done that one.
Yep.
Gold. That's quite appropriate, really, considering how much gold you find over there.
Rome or Northern Ireland is in Britain, so it doesn't have an international. Well, I wouldn't need to dial an international dialing code.
It would have our international dialing code, which
Yeah,
I
it would have
believe is
44.
yeah, 44 plus 44.
Yep, done right. Well done. And Paul, it's Australia. What American Indian tribe currently has over 300,000 members? And I believe most of them live in Oklahoma.
Ross knows.
Yep, doing it now. Well done. It's Cherokee.
Nice.
In the US Civil War, what were greybacks?
Trying to remember which colour was which side.
Nothing to do with that at all.
No. Thought it was.
Well, I'm not even going to guess. I'm going to assume that I have no fucking idea.
Well, of all of the military history I study, that isn't part of it.
Yeah, well, you'll know now. No, not donkeys, Dora. No, I don't think anyone's going to get it. They were body lice.
Oh.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Casey Kasem was the original voice of what cartoon character?
Casey Kasem.
Yeah, America's Top 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It'll make sense. It'll make sense when you hear it. No, Casey Kasem's a lot older than that. He doesn't speak.
Yes, he does.
Pink Panther doesn't speak.
Oh,
No,
Panther
Pink Panther
doesn't.
doesn't.
No, the Pink Panther doesn't, but there's a form of the. There is a Panther character who does speak.
Okay.
No.
Anyway, out in the side chat, Had's got it right first. It was Shaggy.
Oh.
Shaggy from Scooby Doo.
Oh, really? Okay.
Do you think sometime the next?
Hello. She's muted herself.
Yeah.
I think we're having a domestic discussion.
Yeah. No, he just came up and showed me a thing about there's been a train crash in Scotland.
Oh.
Okay, where were we?
Oh, so there has.
And also will be finished in the next 5 hours. So, what is measured in ohms?
Well, it's futile, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, there's no way I was going to get to type that one out quick enough.
That's why I told the joke to her instead of even trying.
Yeah, I know, but
Fallen Dora, yes. Electrical resistance.
Oh, it was a landslip due to rain.
One of the hottest days of the year.
Yep.
I told you.
Where would you find? I'm having to go fast now, guys. Where would you find a gambrel? A gambrel, Gambrel.
That sounds vaguely familiar as well.
Oh,
given what time of day it probably is for him, has somebody been drinking?
possibly.
Possibly. I will neither confirm nor deny that slur.
So that's a yes then.
That is a yes then.
Thought so.
I was going to say I didn't hear you slurring at all.
No, it's not the slurring so much. It's more, shall we say, the
The
behaviour.
answers. Yeah. Okay, no one's getting it. It's on a horse. It's a horse's leg.
Oh.
Okay.
What is the SI unit of force?
Everybody knows that.
I didn't know. That's why I'm cheating.
Yeah.
How about you just ask questions that only I know the answer to?
No.
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 Well, I guess technically Dora got it. She put in.
I'm trying to get questions that only I know the answer to.
I'm in here. So the answer is
Newton.
What nationality was it? Dora got it. What nationality was the first man to die in a plane crash?
Define plane.
Oh.
Airplane.
Well, you want us to define crash as well?
Yeah.
Am I going to
Yeah,
have to?
that would help. That would
Am
help.
I going to have to say horizontal?
Horizontal.
Carlin Farm was well done. He was French. He was, let me see, Orville Wright's passenger.
Oh, really?
Although, of course, there were people killed flying gliders well before that, and that would be a plane crash.
Yeah.
Gold.
Oh.
Stop it.
Stop
We'll
it.
never finish.
Yeah, I'm in enough trouble. What is the world's longest race?
The human race? Yeah, I've misspelt it, even if I got it right, which I didn't, because I'm pretty sure there are longer.
It's Dakar.
Yeah. No, you're quite right. You guys just know more than I do.
I'm going to give it to Carl and Peter because it's the Whitbread, or whatever it is nowadays, round the world yacht race.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
As soon as I put down Antarctica, I thought, oh, hang on a minute, that's only half the distance. Bollocks.
Who designed the miniskirt?
Oh, I don't know that.
French designer.
But I know where the name miniskirt comes from.
That's it, Alan.
It comes from the name of the car.
That was supposed to be someone, by the way, for the first name.
Blue, are you trying to go down the same track as what I did?
She was English. She wasn't French.
She was from London. She was English. Fred Bailey and Alan both got it. Mary Quant.
Oh, yes.
Don't say that when you're drunk.
James Bond flew Little Nelly in which film? There you go. You can fight over James.
Sorry?
James Bond flew Little Nelly in which film?
All right. As you prefer.
I used to have a photograph of my son sitting in Little Nelly because Ken Wallace, who designed it and built it, lives just up the road from here.
Cool. Auto gyro.
So yeah, he was at a local village fete. Brought her along, and yeah, it was signing autographs on postcards, and yeah, letting the kids sit in there. Well, if they were sensible and asking the right questions.
Nobody's got it out there. The answer is you only live twice. Farmer's Boy, well done.
Yep. Somebody is whistling the theme song.
That was me.
In cooking,
I couldn't
something made of Veronique must contain what?
Well, I don't know.
Carbon.
Did you say knitting?
Cooking.
Oh, cooking.
Veronique wouldn't.
Something cooked must contain carbon. That's what I'm going to suggest. Prove me wrong.
It's got to contain everything from the 4 major food groups. That's lard, fat, starch, and burnt crunchy bits.
You've got oil.
You forgot chocolate and beer.
No, that wouldn't work. That's not proper cooking.
No, but they are food groups.
Well, I suppose so, but you got to have burnt crunchy bits. It's the law.
Yeah.
Nobody?
All of which reminds me of an episode of Minder, but
Blimey, that's going back a bit.
it is going back a bit, yeah.
Okay, nobody's got it. The answer is grapes.
Oh.
Grapes, okay.
Or grape derivatives.
Okay, this is the last one, Terry.
Okay.
Which island was the site of the Australian Grand Prix?
A lot of Australian-centric questions.
I do try, but they still don't come first.
Yeah. This convinces me that a lot of people are more interested in guys driving around in circles than I am.
And we have a winner out there. Fred Bailey, well done. And first in here, Alan. Phillip Island.
I don't consider my ignorance of this fact to reflect badly on me at all.
Fair enough.
It's
Well
not
done.
like
Thank you.
it's not like, as I understand it, Tony, that it's near the city where you live in.
I don't care. Motorsports to me consists of people driving round and round in a circle, and it is so fucking boring.
No, that's Speedway.
That it is difficult to concede.
Or NASCAR.
That, yeah. Even NASCAR has, at least some balance of forces involved that makes it somewhat more interesting. I just hate.
What do you mean?
motorsports.
You just said go round and round. What do NASCARs do?
Go round and round.
They go round and round.
What do Formula One cars do? They don't. just
They go
and-
round and round.
No, they don't.
They
Bye.
do.
Bye, Pip.
Bye.
Bye, Pip. Thanks for the quiz.
Run
Pip.
for your life, Pip. Run for your life.
Isle of Man TT. Now that you've got to admit is
No, they're mad. They are absolutely insane.
Who?
Isle of Man TT races, motorbikes. See, he's not
200
interested.
miles an hour over a foggy mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rally racing. That's driving.
Yes, that's quite. Yeah, I like a bit of rally.
Yeah,
More
well,
chance.
Isle of Man TT almost rally driving for motorbikes.
I was going to say, Isle of Man, you've got more chance of killing yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, rally
definitely.
driving-
They do.
Okay.
Definitely.
Definitely, because the percentages say that I think I'm right in saying that there's been somebody killed every year it's been run.
I think so.
Yep. I think it's something ridiculously high, like a 1 in 11 chance of you having an accident.
Yeah. Let's just say it's over a 36-mile course on public roads.
Well, yes, it's nice that there's a race somewhere for which there are some consequences, but this just suggests to me that motor racers and the people who are fans of them aren't necessarily that bright.
Has anyone watched Huge Ass's latest video?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm assuming that somebody has, but it isn't me.
Okay.
I have.
Okay. Oh, shut up then, Peter.
I'm muted.
Good. Okay, I'll throw that in, and then the Pip's 102nd.
You see, that's unfair. That is just blatantly unfair. If I were to be asked whose content I prefer more, Huge Ass or Pip, I would have to say Pip, but the margin is not that large.
Yeah, but we always try and finish with a Pip.
Yeah.
Well, that's because Pip's better, but, you know, that's not to say that Hugh is bad.
We weren't suggesting he was bad. We were
No.
just saying we
We just haven't got enough time to play more than one video. So I'm just narrowing it down just to the one.
I can't imagine why that would be. I've been very succinct and curtailed in everything I've said. If this stream has gone on too long, it must be somebody else's fault.
Ding ding. Come on, Terry. Let's play Hugh's video then, and then we can get on. Because once we finish this stream, I'm going to then set up a premiere for about half an hour. Give people a chance to have a break and drink.
Huge arse. 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 I love you, Hugh.
Greetings and salutations, this is Huge Arse. As I release this video, it's August the 12th, 2020, so if you're watching in the future, this might not be relevant. But on August the 16th, in just 4 days' time, there will be a pass of the ISS over Brisbane and I believe Sydney as well. That'll be quite bright, but what's more important is that it will be a blink-out observation. That is, the ISS will move into the Earth's shadow before it's set below the horizon. Now, this is only possible on a globe Earth because you don't have a shadow for a flat Earth. The ISS itself is proof that the Earth is not flat, but it doesn't seem to be enough. And neither will this, of course. People believe what they want to believe rather than rely on the facts. So I'm going to film this. It's quite difficult to film the ISS. It's not very bright, especially if the moon's in the sky, which it won't be. Also, you can track it with your camera, but unfortunately, unless you have some foreground, the picture just shows as a light. You've got no idea whether it's real or not. So the way around that, as far as I'm concerned, is to take a star trail type picture, a time exposure, so that you can see where it starts in the horizon and moves across, and then blinks out in this particular case. The trouble with that is you can't really do it live because by definition the camera's got to be open and then closed and then you've got to look at the picture after it's actually been taken. There'll always be some idiot who'll say, oh, you faked it. So what I'm going to do is take that long exposure of the ISS as it passes over on the 16th and I'm going to live stream the event so that you can see me doing it while it happens. You'll be able to see on the long exposure that it was taken as the thing passed over. I invite anyone on the east coast of Australia to do a similar observation. And if you're somewhere else, go to heavensabove.com. There's a hyphen between heavens and above. Look up the passes for the ISS over your area and see if you can do a similar experiment. However, Heavens Above tends not to accurately identify where there are blinkouts. The 10-degree setting altitude is when the ISS sets, nothing to do with its visibility at that point. For that, I go to an app called ISS Detector on my iPhone. You can download that and see where the blinkouts will occur according to your location. The thing about the ISS is that it's coming over very often, usually once a night. Not always visible every night, but you can usually see it once a week at least. And for those passes where it blinks out because of the Earth's shadow, you can prove to yourself that the Earth is a globe. Just a short one, that's all I got. I'll talk to you on the 16th. And if you miss the one on the 16th, there's another one on the 18th. So there you go. Like and subscribe if you like this video and you like what I do. Feel free to make a comment as well. And you can find me on Discord if you want to have more interactions with me. Nothing left to do but cue the corgi.
Oh, we'll follow that.
I wanted on record that I, Huge Ass, and Crafty Keeler all started our channels on the exact same day. And Hugh and Keeler are both well over 1,000 subscribers, and I am nowhere near it, which gives you an indication of the relative quality of my content and theirs.
Oh, don't worry, Tony. I haven't got that many either.
Yeah, you're just joined the Stuck at 300.
Yes, I've joined the Struck at 300 club, but Hugh is definitely, Hugh is an enormously talented creator who, despite his fascination with corgis, whom I regard as a somewhat stunted and deformed breed of canine, he is a very
the Queen
talented.
likes them.
Could well be. Have you ever seen that? There's a documentary about what would happen if humans become extinct, if humans suddenly died out, and they spend quite a bit of time on the population of corgis in Buckingham Palace. They regard the corgis as sort of an outstanding population. But anyway.
Hmm.
That'd be time for Pip, wouldn't it, Terry?
Okay, at the moment.
Ooh.
Is Terry muted again?
I don't know. He did make a noise, but it was a noise.
I think he's hit the switch on his microphone because he's not muted in the app.
I'm here.
Ah, there he be.
Time for Pip.
Go for it.
Time and Tide. I was rushing around doing housework, hoovering under the chairs, when my husband passed by with a gleam in his eye, and then firmly he led me upstairs. He pulled out some black leather handcuffs and tied both hands to the bed. Expecting great sex, I was greatly perplexed when he rushed out the bedroom instead. He beetled off down to the hallway and opened our wooden front door. I shouted quite loud, but then in came a crowd. There were suddenly people galore. I then heard the sound of the telly. There were whistles and loud raucous cheers, and to my chagrin they all started to sing, and then someone yelled, "Bring out the beers!" I pulled and I strained on the handcuffs. I writhed and I wriggled and roared. But amid all my noise there were shouts from the boys. Seems the home team had finally scored. Shamefaced, he crept up hours later. "Didn't want you to spoil our fun. You've been here a while, love, but give us a smile. It was worth it. because Liverpool won. The end. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the wee bell notification button. And thank you to all my subscribers and patrons. See you next week. Bye bye.
That could have gone so many different ways.
It could have gone so many different ways.
Well, I don't like football, so you know what I would have been doing.
Same here. I can't stand football.
Oh, probably sport.
Yeah.
So, yes. Pip, I just love the music you've got for your. It gets me in the mood for a really boppy story, and then you provide one. Though I am surprised that you are married to a Liverpool fan.
Who's going to tell him he's talking to himself?
I don't know. You might realise Pip's not in his scene.
All
Okay.
Pip left.
Isn't she supposed to be in here?
She left. She had to go. She had to go in a hurry.
She was in trouble.
She's not here. Listen.
Yeah, she's not here.
She long time no here.
Yeah.
Long time no here.
Yeah.
Can you guys make me feel any more of an idiot, or is this
no
as bad as
chance. I'm sure we can come up with something else.
is this as bad as it's going to get? Because
Just give me a second and I'll write some stuff down.
Now I could think of a response to that, Tony, as you say I'm sometimes not a dick. So if you're not an idiot, somebody can make up a phrase for that.
There's no reason for you not to treat me like an idiot if I'm going to go off on tangents like that. So my apologies.
Anyway, on that note,
to everybody.
Just before we go, Terry, just keep blabbing for a minute. Just keep blabbing for just a minute.
Keep blabbing.
We've got to keep talking. We just have to keep talking, Terry.
I never blab. I was actually just going through my goodbye speech thing that I do every stream. See, now you've muddled me up in the middle of it. Now I forget where I was up to.
That's all right.
I have to start again. Okay. I have to thank everyone that was on the panel tonight. I'd like to thank Alan, Big Blue, Peter, Farmer, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Somehow he had something to do with math or something. Adric. Tony. Shut up, Tony!
Newton's sworn nemesis.
Tony. Tony the Not Naked and Bacon Earth. And out in the Peanuts we had Stewie, Colin, Brainery, John, Hads, Carl, who else was out there? Dora, Roma, Fred, said Stewie. If I say your name twice you get double shout. Hads, Dora, Carl. Oh, still scrolling. Oh, I think I've got everyone. Oh, Professor Skidmark, what are you doing out there? Brainery. Okay. Chris. Now, Alan, did you want me before I say goodnight?
Yeah, just I've just slammed the link for the premiere that's now going to be at 3 o'clock of my latest video.
Okay.
It's
nice
it actually went live, Alan.
Did it? Oh, maybe that's the. Maybe that's probably because I grabbed the link from the wrong place.
Oh dear.
Oh, it went public. Oh well, never mind. No,
oh well.
That was supposed to be a bloody premiere. I set it up to be a premiere at 3 o'clock today.
Well, you can always cancel it and redo it.
No, you can't, because I just commented on it.
Okay then. Well, if anyone wants to quickly go over to Alan's, watch his stream, and then duck over to Discord for an after show type thing, and we'll catch us over there. So good night, panel. Good night, Peanuts.
Good night.
The other Peanuts.
Good night, Western Beach Hazelnuts.
Where Western Beach
Oh, nice work.
Gets those nuts out.
He does.